is a good day. That's right. So we're going to be getting into the game right here, right now. Let's go. Guild Rush Season 3, semifinal of our open qualifier. Hymnical from 300S versus Sequinox's Buos.GG. Oh, sorry. Buos.GG Sequinox. My bad, my bad.
Nickel. There we go. And Sequinox. So, oh, that's how you meant it with an S. I was like, what do you mean? I thought you were spelling it like EQUINOKS or something like that. Sequinox. Okay, that's fair enough. And, well, that is hella antenna. That is hella antenna going on for Sequinox. And the side that's the double plant and the aqua with a backline and an egg manipulate. That's a very unique looking. It's almost a bird. That's kind of strange.
It's kind of like a bird. It's a fish bird.
It's a fish bird. Flying fish. Let's call it that.
It kind of does what a bird's supposed to do. The egg manipulation really good for keeping that front line safe. If you have to sacrifice your aqua's health to do it, should be fine. But looking at Sequinox, he's got the energy steal, the bug signal, cute bunny team. This is something that it hasn't been super common as of late, but it's still very powerful on ladder. It's so annoying to just have your energy stolen all the time and then be feared, but there are a lot of ways to play around it. One of the ways to play around it is just use all your energy up just all the time, never let him get a steal off, and considering that the cute bunny, the what's it called, the fear from the Terror Chomp is only going to possibly affect the front plant, which goes after the middle plant of Hymnical. You can do a couple of Bidens on that middle plant if you're planning on doing anything with your front plant, and then that's gonna take off the cleanse for you just naturally for 0 energy.
Sorry, what is the plant's mouth there at the front? Other than mosquito bite, there's got a little leaf in his mouth. What's that one called?
That one, I believe that's zigzag. Not zigzag. Sorry, herbivore. I think the little leaf on the plant's in the plant's mouth makes it a herbivore. Isn't that like cannibalism though?
I think it is. Yeah, he's like munching on himself. That's a bit. It's a bit
kind of weird.
It's kind of metal. I'm gonna
Nature is metal, guys.
Suddenly, this plant is a mech. So there you go. But we're just be waiting for those cards to come into play and the game to get started, because there's plenty of damage that can come the way from Nickel, and there's plenty of annoyance to come from Sequinox.
That's right. Both of them are actually pretty annoying. But I think that Nickel, if he's able to save enough cards for his plant, could be really good. Yeah, as you see, the energy steal is happening already. It's starting off. Nickel is only going to have 1 energy coming into this round, but he's going to be able to draw a couple of cards from his cattail, but that does not put him in a great position.
Yeah, lots of cards and no energy makes Nickel a dull boy. Well, not a dull boy, but a sad boy, because what can you even do at that point? And the card's going to come in for Sequinox anyway, but already some damage done onto this plant. No real way to get too much back, except for the vegan diet.
Yeah, and with 3 energy coming into this round, Nickel is liable to just skip again, perhaps, while Sequinox is going to have a lot of options. You can see he's the one who's going to skip. There's an egg coming out from Nickel just for the damage, I guess, and maybe trying to get a sacrifice on his back aqua, try to divert Sequinox's attention maybe, but I don't know. Sequinox, having skipped that turn, has a lot of firepower in the chamber. Coming in the next round could just eliminate that front plant tank immediately.
Oh, feels a little bit like a misplay there. That damage is not going to get through that shield anyway near it. This definitely will though.
That is a big shield. These 2 turnips not going to hit. He's not going to do a lot of damage, but at least he survived. Still means that Sequinox is ahead in terms of energy. Nickel is drawing all the cards, but are these the cards that he needs? He's going to deny the energy steal this time, but he's really not going to get too far in terms of getting the kill, while Okay, good egg manipulation to keep the front plant alive there.
Doesn't take too much damage on that Aqua either, so still pretty much in the running here, and he has salvaged himself from what was a scary situation. Oh dear, I don't think he expected so much shield to be coming the way of that Dusk, and he's now lost his plan, and the Dusk survives on 26.
And I have just received word that, you know, him Nicole is actually, hi, I'm Nicole. That's how you pronounce it. There are no spaces in this name. How are we supposed to know? But that's his second Axie down.
It's not looking good, is it? And finally the Dust goes down, but you've got an Aqua and a Bug left to do the damage. And no energy left after this particular round. Tries to go for the back door and will do some damage, but look at the speed now on that Aqua as well. You don't get to go first in this next round, and the damage is already coming in. There's still 3 energy going into the next round. It doesn't even get to that round, though, because that's going to be the damage done. That's going to be the first round to Sequinox.
Yeah, not surprised there. Hi, Nickel had a kind of an uphill battle coming into that just based on the composition, based on the first turn. The first turn when Sequinox was able to get that double bug signal off, just kind of kept Hi, Nickel on, you know, a reactive kind of style of play, and that's really not what you want when you're running that kind of team. Not being able to have the space, have the energy, have the resources to really try to go for a backdoor, to try to make it so that you have an advantage in terms of energy or cards. It's just very, very tough to deal with a bug signal Cute Bunny team.
And, I mean, you saw exactly how that went there. Here's, of course, your MVP, brought to you by BlockchainSpace.
Yes, this is the Dusk, Cute Bunny and Bug Signal in the front. It has quite a lot of HP, 53, pretty decent speed. Bone Sail allows you to draw cards, Cattails allows you to draw cards, and of course the Cute Bunny and Antenna combo that is just a hallmark of this build. Now this build in particular has not been, you know, super popular for a little bit, but for people out there who like being, you know, very annoying, who like just frustrating the heck out of their opponents, especially when they're running something that really needs to save up energy and cards. This is something that you can put in there to, you know, to keep yourself annoying, keep being a little. I have so many words and none of them are good for the people who run this type of composition.
Yeah, they'll keep you being an infuriating being, in particular against your enemy. So you know, if you're looking to be that kind of person, if you want to be the villain in this story, you go right ahead and you pick up a Dust looking like that, and right. You'll find yourself a lot of victories, but also being hated at the same time. Sequinox being the villain, and of course, you know, we don't get too many villain-winning stories, but this could be one of those occasions. And, well, let's see what Sequinox brings into the next round and what the response is from Nicole.
Yeah, because Nicole is, that was a very decent team, very creative team, all things considered. It's just that, you know, it does depend on building up that energy, building up those cards, drawing the right cards, getting the backdoor going as soon as possible. And it would have been possible if he hit the backdoor earlier, maybe turn 3. But just because of the energy steal from the bug signal, it was so tough for Hayam Nicole to really do anything. And that's why this team is strong. Sequinox, he is on match point now.
Most of the weeks we have had speed runs for the for basically the entire tournament, and I don't know, it could be a different scenario this week. I'm waiting for that 1 week where we get to see every single game played. Do you think it's going to happen in the next couple of castles? I won't spoil how many castles we've got left, because that is the question. Remember, that's the question.
Yeah, that was the question for the last one. I believe it's still open. If you guys just want to tweet at LSLGG, tell us how many castles there are, get yourself some guild tokens. But yeah, I don't think, you know, we're gonna get something as long as a full game, full match being played every single match. That does take a little while, and these players are just a little bit too good sometimes, so it is really a little bit tougher for them. So a little bit of a switch up here for Sequinox and Nickel, because Nickel switch out his tank, still sticking with the shrimp in the back, which I think is a really good idea still, especially since he's going to run into a double Aqua team right here.
Oh, look at the wings on the backline water there.
Spiky
on the Aqua, sorry.
Spiky wing, not super common, but I have seen it being used. 0 cost, 10 damage, 35 shield, gives fragile. Very good at eliminating shields, but the thing is, it doesn't do all too much in say a 1v1. Yeah, it gives a little bit of shield. It's still a 0 cost. Potentially you can get 0 cost 70 shield, 20 damage, which is pretty decent, but the real use for it is knocking down the shields from these plants and allowing the mid Aqua with the Scarab and Arco to absolutely go ham on those plants. Maybe get a surprise kill here or there.
I feel like that because of the amount of shields that, well, actually, it's not really the shields that are the problem here. Because you do have the heals coming off that plant. Yeah. I think Nicole has done a good adjustment here, and Sequinox is. I'm missing every single one of the antennas. It's been a complete overhaul.
Yeah, it pretty much is. It's you don't really need to run the same team twice. Sequinox changing it up, letting maybe exercising a little bit of creative freedom in the way that he plays his comps, because if you've used a composition, your opponent knows that you've used it before. They're gonna be able to form a strategy around it. Maybe Sequinox was predicting a switch from Nickel, but apparently Nickel is just going to keep the double plant Aqua strategy going, which is very decent, especially if you get a good start like this. There you go. Energy destroyed, and a big damage coming from the Sandal. La Chancla coming out. Sequinox only going to have 4 energy. Doubtful that he can kill this front tank with just 4.
Yeah, he's going to need a little bit more than that, and that's a great start from Nicole there. The spaces, we can see them now as well, but Sequinox is really feeling the repercussions of this first round. Let's see how that lends into the rest of the game. And that Chitin Jump already coming out here for the Aqua as well means he can do some backline damage and just get the damage rolling onto all these units. That would be the best case scenario. But Sequinox, I mean, he goes to the next round with 4, and as you said, he won't be able to get through this plan. And so what do you reckon he does? You think he saves again?
No, he's actually not going to save. He's going to use at least 2. So he does get a little bit of damage, but that means that branch charge, bam, raised the damage. 138 didn't even bring that Dust the Last Stand. And now Sequinox, he does have an energy advantage, still having 4. Now can get the kill, but chooses to just do a little bit of damage. They're both going to have 4 in the next turn, but that does mean Nickel, look at that. He's saving up his cards on the Aqua. Skip that turn, I think, was the right play, because now it sets up for a potential kill on this turn.
He's gone for 2 hits. He wants to go through this plan, and he will do so. And that's going to be some damage onto this plant as well. And that's a crit, and that does put a little bit more pressure onto Nicole.
Oh, and that just takes away almost every option from Sequinox's mid Aqua. But Nickel passed there for some reason. Unsure as to why, but that's gonna spell a dead plant. Now he's not even faster than the other.
There's the fragile
Aqua. Does get fragile, but this should be a kill. 4-card combo. They're both gonna have 4 energy here. Nickel is faster now, and that's going to be Nickel Satchig. Well, maybe it's a little bit too early to call. It's almost enough. 12 HP is the separator between Sequinox and Nickel. And that is last stat. Nickel only has 1 energy, and that is Sequinox with a 2-0. Good stuff there. He's the one who makes it first to our grand finals.
That was a close game. A nice attempt there from
12
Nicole.
HP. 12 HP.
My goodness, there you can see already our MVP sitting up there looking absolutely gorgeous. And just well played well played by Sequinox.
Yeah.
There it is again. That Aqua on the back line with the Clear, the Spiky Wing, the Oranda, Koi Piranha, and the Nemo. Nemo.
Definitely a good, a very decent backline Aqua if you're into the new meta. If you're going double Aqua, Spiky Wing is such a good zero cost, especially when you're going up against plants that really need to have their shields knocked down, or maybe a Reflectile that is incredibly difficult to fight against. So Piranha, Oranda, and Koi as well have a lot of good synergies with just the fish body archetype. And all of that just culminates together to put a very fast fish in the back. Yeah, it has 54 speed, but it does have Koi. As long as you're able to land at least one Koi, you're going to be faster than basically any other Axie out there that doesn't have a speed buff. So this obviously is just an A-tier Axie, and that brought Sequinox over to our grand finals. Good stuff.
It's all the right amount of HP and shields as well to survive a full 4 attack move from another Aqua. Generally, that's how you see every Aqua fight go, right? It comes down to who puts up the most shields and can tank the most damage, and who gets the most speed going into the next round. And in that particular situation, it was all the right cards and all the right damage to get through all the right shields to get into last stand and move first. So there you go, and well played by Sequinox, as he will be moving forward at this stage in the tournament.
Yeah, and for our second semifinal, it's going to be the clash of a couple of Titans, Chan 5539 and Kosei, and that's going to be after this break. Don't go anywhere. Me and Jaeger will be right back. See you for our second semifinal.
Got my back, I'm sure I won't lose if I hold it. Your chance, your time to choose. Free from the system, no stress in the money. Breaking the rules, what it do. AxieGG, gonna break this game. You know what it is. Listen real quick.
Play to lose, play to earn.
Stop asking yourself, fuck, is it real? Be part of the move, go get it killed. Be part of the movement, action. Gaming all day, what we doing, action. No time for losing, action. It's the way that you choose it, action.
We're off New York, right? So can I get a yeah? Oh my fucking God! Oh my God!
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lunacian Sports League Season 3 Guild Rush. We just saw a quick 2-0 from Sequinox to get into our first grand finals. My name is G10. Coming at you with me is Jaeger. Will be your casters for today, and our next semifinal is going to be Chan 5539 versus Kosei.
Do we have a new question? Is that what's going on here? Do we have a new question?
I do believe so.
Oh, we do have a new question. Well, let's have a quick look at it, shall we? What guild is defending their castle today? We mentioned it earlier on, and if you were paying attention, there should be an easy answer for you. Again, remember, the first 15 people to tweet and tag LSL_GG, they get a chance to win themselves the MetaMask wallet. With your MetaMask wallet address, you get your chance to win 5 guilds. So make sure that you guys do that because, you know, it's free money.
It really is just free money for being quick on the trigger on Twitter. All you got to do is tell us which guild is going to be trying to keep their castle afloat today. And it's one of the more popular guilds out there in the Axie ecosystem, really. It's the Filipino-led guild, and it is... how many more hints can I give without actually giving out the actual...
No, you've given enough, to be honest. You've given enough. You're spoiled, all of you, to be honest, listening to J10... G10's amazing voice, J10.
I'm J10 now.
It's our shit name, you know how it is.
That's right. We're J10 coming in. Yeah. But, well, hints, I guess. The two players that are going to be defending the castle are LMOMOMO and NDAR, so they're going to be the guild defenders. There's your hint, and here is
let's go, Jason.
Yeah, here's our brackets. So as you saw, hi, I'm Nicole. Fell to Sequinox in a quick 2-0. Just got really unlucky there. did the right things in that second match, in my opinion, but just was a little bit lacking in the damage. 12 HP was what kept Sequinox afloat. But now we're going to be going into a revenge match because Chan 5539 and Kosei, actually, they met last night in the Axie Infinity Retreat qualifiers, I believe, and it was a best of 5. Chan was able to get a 3-0 off of Kosei.
Chan, more like Chad.
Definitely a little bit of a Chad move, 3-0ing your opponent and then facing them in the semifinals of another tournament the next day.
Well, it's a revenge story for Kosei, and we'll see if that revenge comes to fruition. And of course, remember guys, revenge is never a good motivator. You always want your motivation to be catharsis. And so Kosei perhaps trying to come to terms with the loss from yesterday would be the best thing for him. So we'll see how it goes. And if it was anything like the first game, it'll be an exciting one, but it might be a fast one. And, well, they know each other now. They don't get as many chances as they did last night. This is only a best of 3. So they have to... Well, if Kosei has any chance, it has to be straight up the two wins after reflecting on how the games went last night. But if there have been no reflections, or if there's not much you can really adapt to in that scenario, well, unfortunately, you'll be going home with another loss, the same person in the same 2 days.
And that's gotta hurt, because I know Kosei's no slouch. Kosei has been in the competitive Axie scene for a little bit. I remember even last year, I think in, was it Galaxy Cup last year? I think Kosei was the winner, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I'm right. I casted that. That was like a tournament that went on to like the early hours of the morning. And yeah, Kosei, I believe, was the one who won there, is also consistently like entering tournaments, doing well in them, but now has still entering tournaments, doing well in them, well enough to get into the semifinals of a 512 player tournament. So good stuff from him. Definitely top 4, still a great achievement, but can he get past Chan, who was a little hot on the battlefield last night, getting that 3-0. Of course, the revenge story, right, would be Kosei getting that sweet 2-0 victory from him.
Well, let's see. Let's see what they bring to the table. Let's see what we get to see from these two players. Will it be the successful revenge story, or will it be another victory and a continuation of the training arc for Kosei? Because this is, of course, the tournament arc. Every single one of these has one. And, well, we'll find out as we start jumping into the game now. And Chan versus Kosei. It's going to be a mech, an aqua, and a plant going up against 2 dusks and a reptile.
Ooh. Okay, so these scaly lunge teams have been a little popular top ladder. They're a little gimmicky, yes, because you have to chain the lunge cards together with another Axie's lunge card in order to get the most value, the most damage out of them. But I believe that Kosei knows how to play this, and of course, having 2 dusks and a reptile is going to be, hard for Chan to really do a lot of damage with his aqua to them, as well as having 2 Godas for Kosei. So this is going to be annoying, to say the least, for Chan, because he's gonna have to find a way to not get his energy destroyed from turn 1 to turn 2, and not have all of his options taken away from him.
Take away your options in a minute, whatever that means. I always like that we always end up with some kind of aqua bird recently. We've been getting a lot of flying fish going into this, so it's nice to see another one coming into play here as well.
I like that, flying fish, a hybrid of an aqua and bird.
Flying fish. Have you seen those videos of like the stingrays jumping out of the water and
they glide on?
Yeah, they glide for a little while before jumping back in.
Oh yeah, those are really, really cool. But mostly I've actually seen how high great white sharks can jump up when they're like trying to get seals from below.
It is crazy.
They jump and they clear the water, and that's crazy because great whites are like 15 feet long.
They're 15 feet long. They're like a ton heavy, the muscle you need to be able to do that. And that's exactly what these guys are bringing to the game as well. All the muscle,
Big
it's all
muscle.
in their brains.
That's true. The brain is a muscle. You gotta exercise, and that's what they're doing right now. Actually, if I see, I spy that little mech in the middle for Chan, I think that's gonna be saving grace if he can get the nutcracks rolling as early as possible, because those do a lot of extra damage to dusts and reptiles.
Doo-doo.
Yes, we are very mature casters, guys.
Yes, we are. Do you remember when we talked about the potential new axes that could come to play, and the new moves that come to play, like AoE damage,
Yeah.
and self-team damage as well? I get more and more hopeful. I feel like that new meta would be amazing, and just starting off using all the energy to go straight for the damage.
152.
And that's 91 HP remaining. And so, unless Chan can pull in a lot of shields here to keep that plant alive, could be in danger. You do have the egg manipulate, though. And
Yeah.
that could make the difference.
The thing about it is, even if Chan does use the egg manipulation, he still can't heal. He's got herbivore instead of zigzag, so it only heals when you damage plants. So that's... Basically, that plant is on a timer for Chan. And Kosei is kind of sitting pretty, doesn't have the goatas yet. When he draws, that's 3 cards, we'll see what he gets. But Chan, already looking at his own cards, the mech should be ready to go. He's got 4 cards ready, but another skip Kosei allows Kosei to get the double cocktail there, and actually gives him the kill there with a Goda as well. So now Chan will need to kind of step it up right here. He is going to go for the egg manipulate so that the mech doesn't die, because that mech is going to kind of be his last hope here if he does want to win this one. Kosei going for just 1 Goda, doesn't break the shield, but it does take down an energy. Oh, this is not going to be... This is not going to feel good for the Aqua. That's right there.
He's gone, isn't he?
Should be 138.70, and the last hit from the cattail takes him out, and with only 3 energy, can Chan keep his mech alive? Can he keep it going? That is a lot of damage, but not quite nearly enough. Only 15 HP. Big shields coming in from Kosei's mid-dusk, and that means that that reptile is gonna run rampant on Chan's mech. It doesn't even have to at the moment, because look at the health that his mech has left. It's basically done and dusted. Kosei looking for the revenge. There's the Scarab to get the kill on Chan. 55-39. That's 1 game down for Kosei.
Well, the first step taken to retribution. Kosei, a very inspired first move from the very start of that game, going straight for the damage because he knew he'd have to keep that Aqua on the line to keep using those egg manipulators until you couldn't protect any of them left behind, and that was really, really well played.
Yes, well played from both of them. Chan did his best with the egg manipulations, keeping his guys safe from Kosei's barrage, but Kosei, patient as ever, skipped when Chan kind of didn't expect him to skip, and honestly just played that very patiently, very well. Was very annoying with the Goda as well, and that's something that you really need to take into account, is keeping resources away from your opponent, taking away what they have so that they don't use it on you.
Well, we do have, of course, an MVP for that game as well, and here it is. Look at the top left of your screens, please. As here it is. It is the Aqua of Chan. That's the MVP for this one. Of course, the flying fish. Nice to see.
Of course. Now, this bears a little bit of similarity to one of those aquas that we saw in our first semi-final. It's got Spiky Wing, Piranha, Eggshell, and Koi. So, Spiky Wing, as I was talking about earlier, very decent 0 cost. Koi allows you to get the speed up whenever you want. Eggshell, of course, when you want to protect one of your axes that is kind of low. If you want to gain a little bit more time or buy some more time, do that Eggshell. Or if you just want to sacrifice your Axie in order to let another one live that has more damage. Of course, Piranha, just a very, very solid damage card here. And even though Chan didn't win with this Aqua, I would say if you put it in a double Aqua composition, it's going to do very, very well.
So we can definitely see, I think at this point, Chan being able to reverse this and fight back. But Kusei getting that first getting that first win, very important, I think, not just to keep yourself, out of that danger zone, but as well as you get off on a good start, you can then start to adapt to what's coming your way, and it's a little motivation boost. It's a little extra morale that you can work on and use for your. Of course, you don't get IRL crits or anything like that, but it is something that keeps you thinking, and it proves that you can make gods bleed.
That's true. And speaking of making gods bleed, Chan, this isn't his first time on the LSL Season 3 broadcast. He was also one of the Castle offenders, one of the challengers for week number 2 when we were at the Unix Castle, and he was one of the ones who brought down the Unix Castle. So if he wants to do the same to the YGG Castle today, Chan is going to have to go through Kosei right now, but Kosei already one game up. All he needs is one more game, one more good read on his opponent, and that completes the redemption arc of Kosei against Chan 55-39.
We love those stories. They always tell such a pretty picture, and you get to see them unfold right before you in here in Gold Rush and Guild Rush. And so we do of course have the next game coming up in just a moment. We're just waiting for them to jump into the game, and then we'll be ready to go.
Yeah, because it does take a little bit for these guys because number one, they do have to scout their opponents. They have to pick which team they want to pick against whatever their opponent has. They need to play the numbers there, have the right read. Whoever is more literate in this match will win, in my opinion. It's always almost always the counter pick that does get you the W here. So I want to see what Chan's adjustment is going to be.
Let's see who's more literate. We'll see who is the reader here, and the
mind reader.
Yeah. Mind literate. That's
new words.
Yeah, mind literacy. It's just mind reading at that point. But we'll see if they can adapt well to each other, because we always talk about that mental gymnastics when it comes to trying to counter the choices of what lineup they're going to bring into the next game. We've seen some really good adjustments, some attempted adjustments that didn't quite pan out the way they were expecting. And sometimes they don't change because they expect all these changes. Like, you know what, my original lineup here would do well against this theoretical counter. And that's what we saw in the first matchup as well. Try to keep 2 of those Axies the same, and it didn't work out in the end. So it is a gamble as well. But here we are jumping back into the second round. And the changes, absolutely none for Chan and absolutely none for Kosei.
Yeah, they're going to be running with the same Axies, the same configuration of Axies, and that should be completely fine. I think Chan, if he does play it a little bit differently, he can still take this one. Kosei, though, we've already seen his team win. The lunge strategy is viable. It's really prevalent right now, actually, in a high level ladder, in the top 100, top 200. I think a lot of feathery and scaly lunge users right there. But Chan, of course, kind of wise to this strat, maybe, is choosing to stick with the Mech Aqua plant setup, because this is just really an all-around, just a good composition all around. It's just that it might not be as it might not be as effective against a double dusk and reptile comp. Now we'll see, though, because they are yet to draw their initial cards.
And before this is a replay.
I don't think so, because
Well, I mean,
if we had
we'll tell.
replays, this is live. This is live. If we had replays, they'd be going much faster.
Yeah, they'd be going at it straight away. I'm wondering what are the chances of pulling the exact same attacks at the very start of the round again from Kosei?
You know, the chances of that happening are probably, what is it? It's 3 cards, and he's got 3 times 2, because there's 2 copies of every card, so 6 out of 24. There is a 25% chance that he gets the same cards in turn 1 that he did from the last game. I did the math real quick right there.
Thank you for the stats. Well, we'll see if that happens. 25% chance. You know, it's not a small chance, to be fair. There's that big possibility. We also have to keep in mind the distribution as well as to which of the Axies those cards go to. But we're just waiting. We'll just see. Let's just see. Chan keeping that plant in particular that can't heal itself because of the lack of plant cards on the side of Kosei as well. I wonder what the inspiration really is there. I guess the turnip, the cactus, and the cattail.
Thing is, with the herbivore card, that is 75 health and 75 shield. So very big stats for mouth card. 75 shield, nothing to scoff at, especially with turnip, which is, I believe, 80 shield. You don't even need a pumpkin on this plant. You kind of do the hybrid damage and tank at the same time. It does look like Kosei is, big start. He's going to go for the double Goda, which already puts Chan on the back foot for the next couple turns, because Kosei already also got value from getting the Cottontail off as well. So Kosei is going to be entering this round with 4 energy to Chan's 3, even though Chan basically just skipped there. He did do a Cattail, allowed him to draw, but he's going to have a lot of cards, but not enough energy to play them.
Because the breathing, you know what? I thought Chan was about to like surrender. I thought I was going to see the flip. I was like, whoa, just because you lost 2 energy in the first round. But, I mean, 1 and 2, this is a big problem for Chan to have to deal with. He doesn't really have any energy gaining cards here. So, how is he supposed to get through these Dusks and that Reptile without any energy to really properly work with? The Cattail, you know, he's used that just to save a little bit of energy on a tiny bit of damage, and that tiny bit of damage, 4 HP left on that frontline Dusk. It's not exactly something to worry about too much.
Yeah, it's not something that you really take into account in these games, because honestly, what you want to be taking into account is how fast you can kill the enemy. And right now, Kosei, both of them actually skip. So now Chan is gonna go for Fragile plus Egg Bomb will get rid of the shield, do a little bit of damage, and that allows a big damage turn coming from Kosei's mech, but that does leave this Aqua open to some damage, 320 damage to be precise. And now Kosei is thinking of the cards that he wants. He needs to get some energy gain here as well, because now Chan is he's fighting for his life. Well, he definitely is fighting for his tournament life. Big crit there from Kosei will kill the front plant. Will this be enough from Chan? That should be, because that's 3 Aqua damage cards along with a Fragile, and then 3 more mechs. That is a dead Dusk. The problem with that now is that Kosei still has this Reptile, and Chan only has the 2 mech cards, which honestly is going to do a lot of damage because of that Fragile. Boom, look at this. 1 card is going to kill that entire shield. And a big crit, 220. This heal's not going to heal him yet, because that's not an Aqua target. But double Cottontail for Kosei gives him a lot of energy. 210 shield, will it be enough? 230. That's 144, 75. Just barely lives. 77 HP will kill this mech. And now Chan, with only 2 energy, can he get this kill? With Fragile, he should be able to get rid of that shield immediately. Bam! That is 1-1. Chan, that was a little bit touch and go there. but the right cards, the right calls at the right time. The perfect egg manipulation as well gave Chan that win. So it's 1-1 so far. Maybe it may be the same story, well, almost the same story as last night, because Kosei is now in a very difficult spot.
Yeah, Kosei, he's now seen the cracks in his armor there, and they have been well exploited by Chan. He knew exactly what to do. Because he manages to avoid taking too much damage at the very start there, despite the energy not going his way, and of course a very timely crit coming on the previous round as well. There was a lot of things that just went right there for Chan, and we can see that happening again. And there's a chance that we see the exact same lineups coming in from both these guys. Speaking of which, of course, the MVP being that plant that came into play, because it did keep him alive and kept him being able to do the damage before losing that tank super early on like he did last time.
That's right. So it is. This AxieGG is brought to you by Ave Grants DAO, and this plant actually is making its rounds. Maybe not on ladder. I haven't really seen it, but in tournaments definitely, because turnip is just basically a bird counter. Just turnip and then 2 cactuses, 2 cacti. Bam! It's a dead bird. And of course the shield coming from turnip plus herbivore. Very, very solid. That is, as you saw, a very substantial shield, as well as Cattail giving you the card draws to actually deal with it. And I do like the color of it as well. It's and the body and color of this Axie is pretty good. Just a white floofy boy.
That is a very floofy boy, and it's not, it's like a cotton ball as well, and cotton is from plant, so it's almost themed. And of course the sakura ears, super cute.
Yes, it is very, very cute, and the poppy eyes. I always like seeing it. It's like the most relaxed Axie, and with the smile on its face, it seems just happy to be here. Yeah,
it's a plant cloud. So there you go. Well played there by Chan. He does manage to keep himself in the running for now. It did look a little bit close for a second there, going up against Kosei, but now Kosei, he's going to have to pull something out of the hat in this very last round if he wants to complete the revenge story. Otherwise, it's going to be Chan continuing on with the dominance from last night, and of course from his own sacking of a castle as well, and going into the finals, going up against Sequinox.
Yeah, so it all comes down to this game. Which one of these two very, very talented players will be able to get the chance to get into our playoffs? Because Chan 5539 was he was thwarted in week number 2 in his own attempt, in his last attempt at getting into the playoffs. He only got to the runner-up spot, so a little bit of something like a run it back for Chan right here. Let's see if he's going to be able to get it, but first he needs to get through Kosei, who definitely has a bone to pick. So if either of them gets, whichever one of them wins, we get a great story. Chan returning to LSL Season 3 a couple of weeks after he was denied that playoff spot, coming in to maybe sack another castle, and Kosei, of course, that story is him getting revenge on Kosei on Chan for getting the 3-0 on him last night at the air qualifiers. So a lot of things are happening right now in this storyline, but it will be resolved as soon as we get into the next match.
So while we wait for that, again, remember the question that was asked earlier. We did actually mention it a few times as well. Which castle is being defended today? Make sure you guys are tweeting it in. And there you got the instructions on the bottom. The first 15 people to tweet and tag at LSL_GG with the correct answer and their MetaMask wallet address will win 5 guild each. So make sure you take part. G10 mentioned it quite a lot of times. Sorry, J10 mentioned it quite a lot of times, and plenty of opportunities left within today as well as the coming weeks as well. So even if you don't get into be the first 15 people for this particular question, you still have plenty opportunities coming over the next couple of weeks.
That's right, because this is every week at LSL Season 3 Guild Rush. We give, I think, 5 questions every week, and each question is a chance for you to win 5 guild tokens. So if you are catching our stream every week, if you're tweeting every answer, you have the chance to win 15 every week, and for like 9 weeks, if you're able to complete the 9 weeks, get 15 every week, you're gonna get something like 105 guild tokens for yourself. And that is, I don't know, that is a lot of tokens. I mean, I'm going to check how much guild tokens are actually, but that is quite a few tokens to start your crypto collection with.
It's a great way to get started in any of this, where you've probably invested a lot of time into learning about it, thinking about it, and what would be the best case for you and how to use that guild. Well, now you'll have the startup to do so.
Yeah, so right now guild is around 18 cents each. So getting yourself 5 guild basically equals $1. Basically $1. If you're able to get 105 of those throughout these weeks, $105 for you. Good stuff. 105 answers. Wait, my math is a little bit wrong, but you know what's not wrong? Chance adjustment. He said, "Oh, I see you going for the lunge. I'll mirror you." They're playing the exact same team right now. Exact same Axies in the almost the exact same positions. But Kosei's
the double slipper versus the one bone sail. That's the one difference it seems to be.
Yeah, almost exactly. But just the one part is what differentiates them, and that may be the difference here. Because that does make Kosei's, his middle Axie just slower by a little bit than one of those. But I think there is a speed difference, though, looking at Chad and Kosei's reptiles. Kosei has such a big speed difference as opposed to Chad's one, because he's got reptile eyes and aqua ears, while Chan has, I believe that's aqua eyes and plant ears, so his reptile is going to be just naturally slower.
Well, let's see what comes to fruition here. We love to see these, and it always comes down to the wire, but this is anyone's game.
Definitely, definitely, because this, as a mirror match, it's all about, the skill matchup. Not just that, the luck matchup as well. How lucky you can get with your card draws, because honestly, whoever is able to get more Godas earlier probably is going to win this one.
It's not obvious they're from the same team. Not obvious at all. You don't see all the same markings on 3 of those dusks, and all the same colors as well.
And the same guild as well.
It's a very cute reptile, though. A white reptile, albino.
It is a white reptile with cottontail, scarab, scaly lunge, and the aqua heel bite thingy. I just called it that. I do not have that card on one of my Axies, so I know the effect of it. It's why so serious. There it is. All right, Kosei starting off with a cattail. Tiny bit of damage, but both of them basically just skip that one. Trying to maybe find the burst in the second turn, of course. 5 energy for each. I wonder how much shield Chan's front line is going to get, and how much shield Kosei is going to have as well.
So much damage coming their way. They're both trying to take care of these front lines as quickly as possible. You can see shields on every single one of these Axies.
And you see the the scaly lunge coming in for each of them. Chad, bam, bam. That's going to be the 3rd lunge. Thank you, ma'am. That's Kosei's Dusk, frontline Dusk gone, and that does not bode well for a mirror match. But that Kosei does have double cottontail here, and knowing that Chan had used his Godas, he's gonna go for it right here. Double slipper, the chinelas coming in, just one pair of them to do quite a bit of damage.
I like that. I mean, at least you've gotten use out of this Dusk, and it still survives.
It's still up with 36 health. Oh, that's gotta feel bad for Kosei.
This is a bad situation for Kosei. Started things off so well in this best of 3, but now finally taking out that front line. Here's the damage going on to that second line, so it's not going to be enough to get all the way through, but it does take it close. And there, double energy destroy, but there was really nothing to take away there regardless. And actually, that does put the advantage on
Oh, the
Kosei at the
speed.
moment because he's just lost that second line, and he's going to get through at least that dusk, and he actually survives in last stand.
That means that Kosei is able to get at least one more lunge off of it. Not able to chain it though. Double Scarab for no heals. Well, you can't really heal against you anyway. You're not an Aqua. But bam, Chan is going to go ham on the damage. 199, both of them equal, but Kosei is faster. Can Kosei get it in just 3 cards? They both have a lot of shield. 205 on Kosei and 170-ish on Chan. 94 left on Chan and Kosei. 132, 132, and a 90. That's not going to be enough. 31, he lives, and it's going to be Kosei. It was so close. The mirror match, but the revenge story is going to complete. Kosei is going to go to the grand finals, denying Chan his second chance at getting into the LSL Season 3 playoffs. So well done by both of them. They had that perfect mirror match, perfectly played there by both of them. Honestly, it really did come down to how lucky they got with a card draw, and really at the end of the day, it was Kosei who was a little bit luckier, and it also helped that he was also faster.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a lot of situations where Chan looked like he was going to get the advantage. You saw so many big damage hits going forward. The fact that he manages to get the first Axie down as well. But Kosei, calm, collected, keeps it going all the way to the end and manages to steal away at the end. Very important and well played. And yeah, luck does come down because you need the right cards. And just when he needs them, the right energy, the right cards came his way. It's like the universe wanted Kosei to get that revenge.
That's right. So it's going to be our AxieCam brought to you by Community Gaming, one of the Dusks with the Scaly Lunge, Scaly Spear, Sandal, Goda, and Cattail. Very, very decent. This is Chan's one, by the way. That we know that because his name is right there. But brought to you by Community Gaming. Just in a lunge team, right? Like I've been seeing in Top Ladder. This is super common, very prized by a lot of top ladder players because it is just so annoying to play against, especially when you have just 42 speed on all of your axes. You have to compute that. It does make your opponent, if they have a backdoor, it just negates everything. If they have a backdoor bird, if they have something that targets fastest, it negates all of that. And of course, the Goda to destroy energy. You got the Scaly Spear to lunge through your opponents. And you saw how much damage just a Scaly Spear chained into another one can do. Well done. This is such a good Axie. But if you're going to pick it up, you have to pick up a couple of other lunge Axies with it, which just kind of makes it a little bit harder to get into. If you're just buying that one Axie and trying to build a team around it, you really need to make your team a lunge team.
And there you go. Kosei completing the revenge will be going up against Sequinox, going into the finals for the qualifiers for what we have at the very end of these castle raids.
Yeah, so before we get into our finals, that is going to be a best of 5. We will be taking a very short break. My name is Chutan coming at you. With me is Jaeger. Stick around. We're going to see who's going to be advancing to the LSL Season 3 playoffs in our final week as soon as we get out of this break and into our grand finals.
Got my back, I'm sure I won't lose if I hold it. Your chance, your time to choose. Free from the system, no stress in the money. Breaking the rules, what it do. AxieGG, gonna break this game. You know what it is. Listen real quick.
Play to lose, play to earn.
Stop asking yourself, fuck, is it real? Be part of the move, go get it killed. Be part of the movement, action. Gaming all day, what we doing, action. No time for losing, action. It's the way that you choose it, action.
We're off to New York, right? So can I get a year? Oh my god!
Welcome back, Lunacians. We are now in the grand finals of the LSL Season 3, week number 4 open qualifier. My name is GZ, coming at you. With me is, once again, the handsome, talented Jaeger. We're going to be your casters for today, and we're going to be seeing Sequinox versus Kosei in our grand finals.
It's us again. You always get us. And exactly what you need. You know, when it comes to great rivalries, you know, you can look at Kosei and you can look at Sequinox going head to head, but then you can also look at great loves and you can look at me and G10.
That's right. I've been casting with this man for how long has it been? 4 years or something?
Something
and
like that, yeah.
It's
4 or 5
been
years.
very, very long. And we're just getting paired together in like everything we do now.
Yeah, they don't break us up anymore. So it's like, okay, we've accepted. This is what we do now.
That's my life casting partner right here. a little bit of hand holding on stream. Come on, guys, it's 2022.
There you go. And so we represent you. And here is your question here moving forward as we look up at the screens for you. What season is Axie Infinity on right now? The first 15 people to tweet and tag at LSL_GG with the correct answer and their MetaMask wallet address will win 5 guild each. So what season is Axie Infinity on right now? Is it season 1? Is it season 2? Is it season 3, 4, or 5? Perhaps 10? Well,
or is it a season that ends in a 0?
Is it season's greetings?
Well, let's take a look at it. Season 18, Terminators were really strong. Season 19, Terminators were really bad. And now they're kind of all right. A lot of variation in builds going on right now. But and that's why we have like so many creative teams and team comps right now in LSL and other tournaments. It's a very, very competitive season, and it's really given a lot of people a chance to try a lot of things that may not have really worked in previous seasons. So if you know what season it is right now for Axie Infinity, not for LSL, right? Not for LSL, because that's season 3, but the Axie Infinity game itself. If you know what season that is, just tweet it out to us. You can just say the number or say season blank and tag us. Get yourself some crypto for yourself.
And so that answer is season 163, and make sure you guys put that in the tweet.
Yeah, you better, because we're going to check. So now we're going to see our grand finals, man. It's going to be a best of 5. Kosei, he was able to complete his revenge arc versus Chan 55-39. He did get a 2-0 versus him. Sequinox got 2-1 versus Chan 55-39. And Sequinox got 2-0 versus Hi, I'm Nicole. And now, will one of them be able to speed run it, or will we have a little bit of a closer match? Because honestly, the last couple of grand finals have been 3-0s.
Well, let's see if we break that curse today. Sequinox obviously had plenty of the antenna to work with. Also had a secondary team that had no antenna whatsoever. I think it was what was that? It was a
Double Aqua.
Double Aqua, yeah. And then Kosei, we saw, actually had a much deeper pool than originally thought up. Yeah. As we did see the scaly spikes coming quite often, almost in every round, but like switching up, Kosei brought out the exact same thing at the very end, and then before that had the it wasn't the fluffy plant, that was Chan's, had the something else. So
I think it was still the I'm fairly certain Kosei just played the lunge comp like 3 times in a row.
There you go.
Yeah, and I mean, it is technically, his pool is pretty deep. I've seen Kosei run with a couple other teams, but this Scaly Lunge one it seems to be a little bit of a favorite so far. But he's not going to be using it now. He's going to be using a double Aqua with a Dusk in the front. Oh, no, this was actually, I think, the team that he ran the first. But, ooh, Sequinox, the double Reptile composition. This could get a little hairy for Kosei, because that is a Reflectile in the back, and that can 1v2 Aquas. But he also has a Reptile in the mid, so if he can get past this Dusk in the front, Kosei is going to have a bad time.
So, what's the name of the game here for Kosei? He has to save up as much energy as he can to do some real burst damage onto those Reptiles, because Aquas versus Reptiles, it's always been the bane of their existence.
It really has, especially when you have the card from Sequinox's middle Axie that lets you take 15% less damage from anything, and the huge shields coming in from Kotaro, Cerastes, Scarab. All of it is just going to contribute to Kosei having to commit at least 6, maybe 7 energy to get a kill onto that mid Reptile if it does get a full 4-card combo off.
Remember when they used to float?
But looking at their Dusk tanks in the front, both same things pretty much, except for the eyes and ears. Caterpillar, Sandal, Cattail Goda, very standard, very annoying to deal with, and this seems to be one of the best tanks in the game right now. I've seen it so much in tournaments, and a lot of people are really using it to great effect. And here we go. Starting it off, Sequinox with a single Caterpillar.
Oh, down to 348. That does put him on 4 energy, and now you can get a big burst out of Kosei to try and clear this Dusk, which he wants to do as quickly as possible, because as soon as you can get that damage going onto the Reptiles, the better.
Yeah, Sandal coming in. There's a Cattail as well. Kosei was not able to get the Cattail, so he will still get the kill, but not the card draw. This should be enough from Sequinox to get the kill on Kosei's front as well. And now, ooh, he actually got the Kotaro as well, so he's got more energy. Kosei, he's gonna just have more energy just now. with his Nemo, but that is gonna hurt. And every turn Kotaro for Sequinox, this is so much value. Look at how much energy he's gonna have every turn compared to Kosei.
Just non-stop coming in, isn't it? And this is a very decent amount of damage. That's going to go straight through him, and with the free card as well, it's enough to clear. And now he won't be able to take out this Aqua in the second line.
Yeah, because now Sequinox, it's a 1v2, but this is a Reflectile. Look at that, Kosei, he's got 5 energy, and immediately surrenders. He knows, when you're in a 1v1 with a God Reflectile, you can't do anything, man. There is nothing that you can do if you're an Aqua, if you've just got Aqua parts, and that's why it's going to be on the AxieCam right there to our top left, to your guys' top right of your screen. This AxieCam brought to you by BlockchainSpace, and I see this week in, week out, this Reptile. So good, high on the ladder. Indian Star, Kotaro, Scaly Spoon, Tiny Dino. I might cop one of these as soon as I get paid for one of these casts, but it's just so frustrating to deal with because he can 1v2, maybe even 1v3, because you try to damage it, it damages you back, and then it gets more energy, and then it gets more damage from Tiny Dino, and then what can you do?
Kosei needed both of his Aquas alive to try and get through this Reptile. But even in that situation, you said it yourself, this particular Axie can 1v2 Aquas, and that's probably exactly what would have happened in that situation. So really, there's not much you could have asked for anything else from Kosei in that situation. He's going to have to switch up going into the next round, and now the question is, does Sequinox switch up as well, or does he keep this going?
That's right, because while this Reptile is very strong, it's not unbeatable. You just need to get the right Axies. I've seen a couple of comps do good against this. What is it? The Flying Fish, I think, with a mech is really good against it if you can get the mech to live that long, if you can get it to actually have enough cards at the end in a 1v1 versus this, you can kill it in a couple of turns. Or maybe even you can one-turn it if it doesn't have that much shield, and you have 4 Nutcrackers and get maybe a crit on one, definitely could help, but it is tough, not unbeatable, but definitely is something that Kosei has to be aware of.
I'm trying to think about the last time I saw a beast in any of these games. I feel like we need I think it'd be interesting if we had like a pure buff. You know what I mean? Like because we see a lot of bugs, we see a lot of dusks, we see a lot of mechs. If you had like damage boosts or shield boosts on beasts using beast cards, plants using plant cards, and aquas using aqua cards, I feel like you'd see them a lot more. So you could sort of return to that idea of what you originally brought out. But beasts don't exist anymore. Like nature's lost, and mechs have what's the word?
Mechs have dominated. They replaced beasts.
Yeah, they've claimed the land. And so, Bird, Reptile, and Dusk, very cute team, going up against the Reptile, Dusk, and Bug, the ones I mentioned, all the ones we mentioned.
All right, so I can see why Kosei did this particular switch up. He's the one now with a Reflectile.
That Bug is annoying.
That Bug is definitely very annoying. Look at that Cottontail, got the third eye. You've got a Mosquito and Snail Shell.
That's so annoying. You're losing cards. The heals are coming in. You're getting stunned, and then the Cottontail as well. Just, it looks like a bird as well. I hate it.
It does, because it does have the bird eyes. But the thing is, right? The thing is about this Bug, if it gets into that 1v1 with a bird, this is the perfect bird. Sequinox has a perfect bird to deal with it because of the Soothing Song. That goes through the shield, doesn't trigger the Snail Shell, and then you can just lay on it with Kestrel. So I think it's Soothing Song, Kestrel. Yeah, Double Talk Kestrel will kill that Bug without triggering the Snail Shell. But that's if you can get to it, because Kosei does have that Reflectile in the middle, which is going to be a pain to get through, even with a bird like that just goes through shields.
I wonder what the thinking was for Sequinox going into this. Like, how could he have possibly picked the perfect bird to go up against this bug? And then on the other side, the Dusk and the Reptile, yeah, they have to get through the Reflecty Boy there in the middle, but of course, it's Dusks first they want to get through, and of course they've got exactly the same Dusks going into this fight, and that is some great damage on the first round.
Yep, and with a go to there, that does not bode well for Kosei, because look, Sequinox, he's got 2 double talks already, 2 soothing songs, so no matter what, Sequinox just uses one of them, and any other card, and that tank, that Dusk, is dead for Kosei. It doesn't even have to be a 1-cost card. It could be a 0-cost, like Soothing Song plus, I think, Tri-Feather would be good, but no, he's just going to go for the commit. Soothing Song, Kestrel, and that's going to be a very dead, unused almost. Oh, Dusk, and it crits as well. Kosei, though, he's saving up the energy, saving up the cards. He's got a bunch saved up on his mid Reptile already, but it is just barely getting into round 3. Tiny Down is going to take effect in round 5 still.
Yeah, Tiny Swing, that gets super annoying. The damage just becomes insane after activated. So, you know, keeping that Reptile alive, very important in these next 2 rounds. I don't think he's going to have a problem keeping them alive. But trying to save up that energy, that's going to be 2 energy for Sequinox going into round 4. And then, does he spend at that point? He has to get through that Reptile. That's a big problem.
Skip. Interesting choice from Kosei. I don't know why, but that does mean Sequinox is able to have 3 energy still going into this because he was able to proc the Kotaro. Now, what does Kosei do from here? He's got 6 energy. He's got 8 energy this next turn.
He moves 3rd as well.
Yeah, but he does have that Reflectile. He's going to shield it up. The double top goes through it, lets a single Caterpillar through. Oh, but not enough. That Fear's only going to last 1, so he's going to have bang, bang, bang. Lots of damage coming in, as well as the energy gain. This should kill the Dusk right there. Yes, it will. 108. Bam, another 108. That means Kosei, he's got to be ready for that that Soothing Song. But before that, still doing so much damage. Big, not a big crit, tiny crit, because of the critical escape as well. But Sequinox, he's gonna get this kill most definitely with a crit as well. Oh god, and now this is the tough part for Kosei, because his bug, while it is super annoying to deal with, Sequinox has possibly the best Axie to actually deal with it.
This could not have been better prepared. There's the Soothing Song. He doesn't even need to use it right now. Instead, he decides to go for some damage that negates stun anyway.
Yep, that is still 0-cost Tri-Feather. And there's the Kestrel. Will eliminate the Parasite. Okay, that was really a key discard for Kosei if he got the Soothing Song off, but no, Sequinox will just do the shield pass-through combo. Done and dusted.
Oh, you love to see it. It's like, with a fight like that, when it's that perfect, you have to give it. You have to be like, you know what, Sequinox, amazing job. That was mwah. That was perfect. The absolute perfect possible situation there. And the fact that the Soothing Song doesn't get discarded, it just, the stars align for Sequinox, and I can't wait to see what the next round looks like.
That's right, man. Already, I feel like that's a highlight right there. The perfect counter Axie from Sequinox is going to be featured here on this Axie Cam, brought to you by Impossible Finance. That was definitely the right tool for the right job. It just absolutely countered that one Axie of Kosei. So, Tri-Feather, Double Talk, Kestrel, last one. Usually, you'd see something like Peacemaker or Dark Swoop in the mount slot, but Double Talk here was the absolute perfect tech for Sequinox's win there. So great job coming in from Sequinox, already 2-0. He's looking to speed run 2-0 his semifinal, looking to 3-0 right here in the grand finals.
Soke, I feel like Soke can pull a win out of this, but things were way too perfect for Sequinox in that particular situation. And, now the thing about it, the fact that a bird can be all bird, completely bird, and be able to do that, well, maybe there is some hope for the Pures after all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Really, it's kind of rare, to see pure Axies right now. Even birds that, that we see, sometimes they're not as pure. Sometimes if they're backdoor, they have Sneaky Raid instead of Dark Swoop. Sometimes they have, maybe another math card, another horn card, like, say, if you have a Pocky on a bird and then have a double bug team. That's something that's been extremely common. I've seen it quite a lot. It really is rare to see in competitive Axie pure Axies right now. But if it's the right pure Axie for the right counter on another opponent's Axie, it could be very, very good. But an exception to the pure rule, though, is the Reflectile, the God Reptiles. They're all Reptile.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I've been proven wrong. Can't wait for the mech moves. That's going to be great.
Can't wait for those as well. And that's coming, I think, in Origin. We're going to have cards for the Dawn's mechs and what's the third?
Dusk moves
yeah.
and Dawn moves.
Yes.
I don't know why a Dawn move sounds very cool. Sounds very paladin-y.
Dawn. The Ward of Dawn. That's an actual move from another game that I just popped into my mind. But man, I actually have not seen any Dawn Axies in competitive.
It's
ever.
been forever. I remember the first time I saw a Dawn Axie, I think I was casting something with you months ago, and I've not seen one since.
Yeah, maybe we'll see one when Axie Origin comes out. But now we're gonna be getting into the third battle. And okay, Kosei, that, as I said, not a pure bird, still a bird, but it does have the hair dagger because it does tend to go first. It gets a lot of value from that card. But Sequinox going to go back to his double reptile build, and this is going to be a little tough for Kosei, just because even with plants, even with the Healy mosquito plant,
Scarab.
it's still, Scarab is still a thing, and Sequinox not afraid to start it off with using all his energy to get the damage down.
The Contour Bite, that tiny swing that comes in later, it's Reflect. Kosei must have jumped into this and just thought to himself, oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah, a little bit of a bad read here maybe from Kosei. Unfortunate, because the only really effective body parts for Kosei against Sequinox is the Sandal, the Mosquito, and the Hair Dagger. Look at it. It's just Dusk, Reptile. And you have plant parts and bird parts going into it. You're not going to make a lot of leeway. You have to commit so much energy to possibly get a kill onto one of them. And you don't really have a lot of high damage cards other than, say, Beach and the bird cards, the Hair Dagger, and of course the Cactus. So you have to super commit for these, but he's going to go for the Egg Manipulate here. And it looks like that's one super commit. Still 6 HP is left. Not quite enough. Oh, that Egg Bomb might have been a huge mistake because Sequinox with a double control predicted it. And if that hit the plant instead, Sequinox wouldn't have 2 energy. He wouldn't have 4 energy going into this round. So that was a little bit of a whoopsie for Kosei.
It just goes from bad to worse for Kosei and Sequinox. He's going to have plenty of energy going into the next round. We're getting close to that round 5 as well, so those tiny swings are going to get even more annoying to deal with. So that second line plant is counting his rounds right now, as this Dusk, I don't think he's much longer for this Earth, but can still get a bit of damage done before he goes out, unless that bird gets a pull in the next round and can move first, because otherwise those plants aren't going to take out until after the damage is done. And there you go.
There it is. There's a Hair Dagger, as expected. Here's Terraces. It's not faster, so that plant is going to live, but it's not going to live this one, unfortunately. Kosei a little bit on the back foot here, but he does have some healing. Will it be enough? Because Sequinox still has 2 very healthy reptiles, and I'm kind of scared to see if Kosei, if he gets into the 1v1 with the bird and the back reflectile, that is not something that's winnable, my friend. Especially since Tiny Swing is already proc now. It's round 5, and Sequinox, all he has to do now is save his cards, save his energy, because he can't get stolen from now. Maybe one critical escape to keep him alive, or to take 15% damage off of the damage that Kosei does. But so far, it doesn't look like Kosei is in a good spot. Oh, skip
There's
from
the
both.
Scarab. And so any heals that may come his way going into the next round may be negated. And there's the critical escape. And there's the Scarab.
Oh yeah, no heals. Tiny Dino as well, gonna proc 146. But Hatsune is there. This does mean that Kosei cannot heal, and Sequinox can start chipping away here. He's got 2 Tiny Swings. Oh, but Kosei is gonna start chipping away as well. Bang, bang, that's not enough. 40? 39!
Oh.
Just 2, but it's the Mosquito that finishes it off. Okay. Alright, let's see. So, Sequinox, now in a 1v2, I think it's still doable. Because they will not do enough damage to get through this guy by any means. 140, 232, the crit actually got Sequinox. That was the best crit to proc right there, because he wasn't going to kill it, and then he would possibly have healed. But now Kosei, he's fighting back. There's the balloon, just the Bulwark and Tiny Dino. Bam! 135. Now, will this be enough? Kosei, can he get through the shield? Can he get through it? Will it kill him?
Oh my goodness.
It's so close. Oh, and there it is! 141! Oh!
At the very last hit there, Kosei, surviving on 41 HP. As soon as it starts looking like the stars are aligning yet again, Sequinox with all the crits in the world, suddenly, at the very end, Kosei keeps himself in the running. And it looks like Kosei, he does like those comebacks, and there is potential for that to come up as well. So we may actually see more games than we expected in this best of 5.
Here's hoping. But right now, here is our AxieCam, brought to you by Elite Metaware and AxieGG. Of course, a little bit of a more standard plant. It only has the sandal on the back to make it a little bit different. This is Kosei's plant, and it is a very nice looking plant as well. It has enough damage, but it really kind of lacks in the shield department, because it does commit to the damage of Beach and Sandal. Sirius and Cattail are, they're incidental. Cattail is really good, but Sirius has not been seeing a lot of use in today's meta. So look at Axie, still look good in that composition. And Kosei was able to make it work. Obviously, he was able to win that just barely by the skin of his teeth.
Well, we have another match coming up. Kosei has shown what he's made of, and that he can pull those clutches out as well. But will it be enough to get 2 wins in a row against Sequinox? Sequinox has had a very strong start here, and that matchup, despite how Sequinox-sided it looked, looks like Kosei has had a good round. Let's see if he can do that one more time as he pulls out the exact same team, and so does Sequinox. And this is going to come down to the wire one more time. This is like an alternate reality version of what could have happened if Sequinox can win this one out and show what he initially intended, or if Kosei is going to pull out that win again.
That's right, because honestly, that was such a well-played round from Kosei. Sequinox, I think, had a couple of things, a couple of decisions that I didn't really agree with. Maybe could have procced one Kotaro and could have won that, but maybe this time he actually gets it. Kosei has to be super careful here, because same teams now. Sequinox knows how to play against it, and Kosei, having won that last round, definitely has a little bit more to prove. He has to play a little bit more perfectly in order to get the same results against Sequinox here. Because all things considered, I think that Kosei is still on the back foot in terms of composition here.
I mean, that bird is specifically there to try and get through these reptiles, and You saw how close it was in that last round. Like, it really did come down to the wire. And so this could be anyone's game. But as you said, Sequinox does seem to have the better looking team. 2 egg manipulations possible here already. Just at the start. And we'll start off with a little bit of corn to the face.
Yeah, just a tiny cattail. I mean, getting slapped by a cattail isn't... It doesn't really hurt that much. Tellingly enough, Kosei didn't go for the vegetal bite on the first round. Fair enough, because you don't really need to go for it that early. Would have just been very nice. But both of them just kind of waiting on the 5 energy in turn 2 to really move. Alright, so just waiting on the cards, but looking at their draws, Sequinox has a pretty good chance of doing quite a bit of damage to this plant if they do. Okay, so that's a lot of damage to the plant. Yup, 2 sandals and 2 caterpillars. He gets the fear as well at the end, but that's a lot of card draw, and it lives with 115. 27. It lives with 27 at the end of it all. Plus, he's gonna have 4 energy. Should be able to kill that Dusk, but so should Sequinox be able to take care of that plant in the next round.
Yeah, that plant should be living much longer, but Sequinox is low on energy at the moment. The Terabyte, unless there's an egg manipulation coming in, he's not going to be getting that energy going his way.
Yeah, the energy is on Kosei. That's not gonna kill yet, but it will once the cactus comes in. And that's a little bit of damage onto that middle plant, but that does mean Kosei still has so much energy to work with. He's got a couple of mosquitoes as well, so if Sequinox chooses not to play the Scarab, he can still do it. Okay. Conservative play coming in from Sequinox, skipping that, allowing himself to take that damage in order to get a more favorable 4-card combo for his mid reptile, because he does have the 4 cards ready. He just needs the energy to play them.
That's going to be 4. Kosei will be on 5. Kosei can do the damage again onto this midline reptile, and that reptile didn't really last very long the last time we saw it as well.
It could have critical escape this time, though. I mean, it could play a big role in the survivability of this reptile, because I think if he draws another Cerastes, maybe a Kotaro, his shield should be enough, along with a 15% damage debuff from a damage reduction from the critical escape, in order to keep him alive, and that's exactly what will happen. As you can see, critical escape, Cerastes, Kotaro, and he's not even going to get feared, so he's going to be able to use all 4 of his cards. That's not going to be a dead reptile, neither is that going to be a dead plant, but it can't heal anymore.
Some good damage, to be fair, but that heal, yeah, completely useless, and actually more HP on that reptile than on that plant, and they want to take that out straight away. So balloon pop, that's going to be the Kotaro, and the tiny swing. It's not going to take him out though.
It's going to take out that reptile in the middle, which is we've seen it. Sequinox though, oh god, this is going to be a little rough. That's a lot of damage, and Sequinox didn't have enough energy to really do much right there. Okay, the tiny swing is going to hit, but is it enough? Sequinox, this may be the end of him. Oh, unless that crit happens, bang bang, his range is disabled. He doesn't have tiny swing available. Double bulwark is not going to save him, I don't think, because that is a barrage of range attacks, and Kosei, even though he had the bird, I didn't think he would win, but he brings it down to a closer 2-2. We're down to the last game of this best of 5. Kosei keeping it close with his bird plant composition.
Kosei has done it again. He's brought us down to the wire, and this matchup really is not working out for Sequinox. As long as they're keeping these same Axies on the field, it's just not going to work out. I think he was hoping that perhaps, oh, I know how to duel this now, so he was going to try and launch a counterattack, but didn't get the right cards when he needed them. He was losing his reptile and wasn't doing enough damage onto that midline plant. And despite what it looks like, Kosei just knows what he's doing with this particular lineup.
Yeah, not only that, but the energy economy from Kosei was so much better. Knew how to play with his energy and knew how to pressure Sequinox at certain moments in order to make him use his cards. Honestly, very, very well played from Kosei and Sequinox both. But I'm fairly certain that this time Sequinox is going to be forced to change. So we're going to be looking at his Dusk in the AxieGG, brought to you by Avi Grand Star right here. Sandal, Goda, Caterpillars, Cattail, just a solid Dusk. This is the one that we've seen quite a bit this tournament. It's kind of the standard Dusk tank in a high elo in tournaments that you usually see these days, because it does do a lot of damage. It has a lot of utility, taking away resources from your opponent, adding resources to you, fearing them, and getting a lot of damage with the Sandal as well. It's all around just one of the most valuable or value-adding tanks that you can have.
Does have quite the morale as well, doesn't it? That's plenty of chance to get some crits going off of you, and so we've seen plenty of those today. Not just crits, but also this particular Dusk as well.
Most definitely. A couple of game-defining crits, a couple of almost game-defining ones, like in the third game of Kosei. That crit almost destroyed him, but played patiently with the bird, was able to bring it back, and now we are at match point for both. The last game of this best of 5. It all comes down to this: who is going to get into the playoffs? I mean, both of them have already made it to the Castle defense portion against YGG later on, but only one of them can make it to the playoffs. Only the top 8 players from every week of LSL. I mean, the top 8 players, meaning we get the top player from every week, and then we put them into one big tournament at the end of LSL Season 3. And that is going to be the best at the best. Just seeing who can become the very best, like no one ever was.
To catch them is my real test, and to train them is my course.
Yeah, you know, that is funny, because Axie Infinity players are technically called trainers.
Yeah, and you want to get the best ones, obviously, and you're training yourself as well. It's part of the journey.
100%. It is Axie Esports. There's a lot of training going on.
You can travel across the Axie land, searching far and wide.
I mean, if you have land, you can do it right now.
It's Axie to understand the power that's inside.
Yes, there's so much power in these Axies that lie inside them, not just in game, but also out of it. The power to lift you and uplift you. Just from playing a game, which I think is very, very cool, and really hasn't been done before.
They could be your best friend, and it's you can say it's you and me, and it's your destiny.
It's kind of destiny.
Yeah.
Can
I get in trouble for this guy?
I hope not. We don't have like the actual audio playing. I think it's fine. I think we're good. Like copyright wise.
We're just talking.
We said no other copyrighted names, right?
Yeah. Right? I didn't say anything. It's not copyright. We're just talking. If it happens to line up with something someone said in some media somewhere, it's just a coincidence.
We're just chilling, man. We're having a conversation about Axies and how good they are and how you want to be the best Axie trainer of all time in LSL Season 3 Guild Rush.
You teach me, and I will teach you. Axie
Infinity. As you can tell, we're just waiting for the last match, because that last one was a little bit fast. We got into that really quickly, but this time they may be taking a little bit more time, to think, to analyze, to really scout their opponent deeply, intimately. What can Kosei bring out? What can Sequinox bring out? I'm fairly certain we're going to see 2 new teams, and whichever one of them has a better read on their opponent will be taking this best of 5.
I have to say, I wore a green shirt today. Like, I was a little bit scared of the green screen just having me being a floating head, but it's done a good job, hasn't it? To be fair,
it's more brown than green, to be fair, or like dark forest green.
I've never cleaned it, so.
That explains it. But our green screen here that you guys obviously can't see, it's like bright green. So the color, the chroma key should be fine
Yeah,
with a
it's
dark
fine.
green shirt. All right,
Here we go. Here we go. The last game of this best of 5 before we head into, of course, the castle defense. And that's a cute little braided plant there, isn't it?
Yes, it is. That is a wet dog plant. That is very interesting. It's got potato leaf, sandal, leaf bug, and herbivore. I haven't seen one quite like that yet. Will it do well enough? Because Sequinox... Oh, he's got for the classic backdoor bird. That is the classic that you would see.
Yeah, well, you can apply aroma and everything. You can actually pile on that damage with that mech as well. It's been a while since I've actually seen one of those.
It has been. Oh, Kosei with a double veggie bite. Does he risk doing a turn 1 though is the question.
Twin needles. You could go for like all that free damage and still have the energy going into the next round.
Actually, Sequinox, if he wanted to, he can get the kill off of the plant just in that 1 round, but he's not going to go for it. Instead, he's going to go for a cleaner, safer kill right here, which he should be able to get. Leaf bug, herbivore, potato leaf, that's too much damage for Kosei's plant to survive. Now Kosei is in a lot of trouble because this gives Sequinox all the time, all the damage in the world. He's just gonna run over that mech with 4 cards and it's not gonna get any value whatsoever.
Oh my goodness.
That reptile is now stuck in a 1 versus 3 and it's only round 3! And he takes damage still.
We haven't seen one of these in a very long time yet. Now this reptile has to go through a plant and a mech to get that back to that bird.
Oh, and it doesn't have enough energy to do it too, and Sequinox is pressuring him with so much damage. The sandal. Oh my lord, Kosei is not having a good time here because he hasn't even gone through the plant. It's just barely round 5. It's just barely procced. Oh no. There's still 1 tick on the last sand too, so Kosei, he's gonna have to waste that energy. Sequinox with 6 energy. I think it's done and dusted, Jaeger, and yes, even Kosei knows it. Just gonna bow out gracefully in our grand final. It will be Sequinox who makes it to our playoffs.
What was that, 6 rounds or something? I think that was 6 rounds total. That was absolute speed from Sequinox. He got to that last game and he just went, I'm not playing around anymore.
I'm going to take something that we've seen so many times before, something that has been around since forever, and we're going to use it to win this grand final. That was the basically the Bird Beast plant composition, but with a mech, the really good god mech in the middle, as you can see here on the AxieGG, brought to you by BlockchainSpace. Just so much damage. Risky Beast, Dual Blade, Goda, and Twin Tail. It just does so much damage, like insane amounts. You have to realize, guys, how huge the damage multipliers are with regards to skill and the Axie body type. So no wonder that it just ripped through Kosei's plant like paper.
The Goda, the Dual Blade, the Twin Tail, and I mean. Just such a fast game. The damage that came onto that plant right after he skips the first one. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to skip this one. We're going into the second one. Your plant's gone. Okay, here you go. All right, your second line's gone. Okay, and you can surrender for the last one. I'll leave that one up to you, mate.
That was a little bit of a... that was a fast one. Honestly, that was a well-deserved win from Sequinox. He knew when to push on the throttle, when to go full out, all out, and he's going to be repping YGG in the playoffs. Sequinox is our LSL Season 3 Week Number 4 Open Qualifier winner, and that nets him, I think it's 1,500 USDC. Or is it 1,000? 1,000 USDC.
There's plenty to work with, and there you have it, the complete list as of this week. 4 weeks more to go, but Kyle, Enrico, Hell, and Sequinox, a list of great names and great players. And unfortunately, out of this list, Hell is the only one that seems to have failed at conquering a castle. The others have done a very good job so far, and Sequinox is going to get that chance going into the later games, and so is
Kosei.
Sorry, not Soke.
It's okay.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. Kosei is going to have the chance later on as well, but it's not going to be an easy task because, well, the castle that's going to be defended later on, it's got no slouches defending it.
That's right. Later on, we're going to have ELM0MOMO and NDAR, two fierce competitors from YGG, always competing at the top of the ladder, always competing in Axie tournaments. This is basically their life. They were hired by YGG to be pro players, and they are doing the best that they can. They are doing everything in their power to keep the YGG name as high up in tournament rankings, as high up in the ladder as possible. And it's going to be a tough go for Kosei and Sequinox to actually try to get them in our castle defense.
Well, there you go. That is going to be it for the fight for the playoffs here. And actually, we're going to be going into the castle defense very soon. But first, we'll be taking a short break.
Yes, my name is Cheat, and coming at you with me once again is the handsome and talented Jaeger. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be seeing YGG, if they can defend their castle, coming right up next on LSL Season 3 Guild Rush.
Got my back, I'm sure I won't lose if I hold it. Yeah, it's your time to choose. Free from the system, no stress in the money. We're breaking the rules. What it do? AxieGG gonna break this game. You know what it is. Listen real quick.
Play to lose. Play to earn.
Stop asking yourself, fuck, is it real? Be part of the move, go get it killed. Be part of the movement, action. Gaming all day, what we doing, action. No time for losing, action. That's the way that you choose it, action.
We're off New York, right? So can I get a year? Oh my God!
Got my back, I'm sure I won't lose if I hold it. Your chance, your time to choose. Free from the system, no stress in the money. We're breaking the rules. What it do? AxieGG gonna break this game. You know what it is. Listen real quick.
Play to lose, play to earn.
Stop asking yourself, fuck, is it real? Be part of the move, go get it killed. Be part of the movement, action. Gaming all day, what we doing, action. No time for losing, action. It's the way that you choose it, action.
We're off New York, right? So can I get a year?
Oh my god!
Got my back, I'm sure I won't lose if I hold it. Your chance, your time to choose. Free from the system, no stress in the money. We're breaking the rules. What it do? AxieGG gonna break this game. You know what it is. Listen real quick.
Play to lose, play to earn.
Stop asking yourself, fuck, is it real? Be part of the move, go get it killed. Be part of the movement, action. Gaming all day, what we doing, action. No time for losing, action. It's the way that you choose it, action.
We're off New York, right? So can I get a year?
All right, welcome back, Lunacians, to the Lunacian Sports League Season 3 Guild Rush. We are now in the Castle Defense portion of this week. My name is Cheats, and coming at you with me is the handsome and wonderful Jaeger, and we're going to be seeing if Sequinox and Kosei can take down LMOMOMO and NDAR.
These two players are incredibly talented, incredibly experienced, and well, they've shown how strong they can be in the past. And Sequinox and Kosei, it's okay, and Kosei have been well, they've shown their prowess today, and we've seen that they have some very fluid minds, but Sequinox really has impressed. But last week, we had a very impressive Hell who couldn't go past the competition in the final stages of the castle defense. And so we may get the same scenario here. We may see Soke be able to fight and win in the castle, and we may actually see Sequinox not do so well. So again, history, it cannot dictate the future, and we may be in for a couple of surprises, but we will be for sure in for some very good games.
Of course, these are both best of fives, but before we get into the games, we have another giveaway for you. All you got to do is answer this. Oh my god, if you're an Axie player, this is going to be so easy. What does SLP stand for? I mean, you even got clues right there. You can see how these letters stack up. SOHLVPTN, and the first 15 people to tweet.
It's South Lava Patron, okay?
Yes.
South Lava Patron. Just keep that in mind.
It's South Lava Patron. You heard it. You heard it right here from Jaeger. So the first 15 people to tweet and tag at LSL_GG with the correct answer and your MetaMask wallet address will be winning 5 guild tokens each.
What is a South Lava Patron? What would that be? That'd be someone that you know they provide you money that they have made from their lava business from the south.
The south lava is the artisanal lava, right? It's not like your factory made lava from the north. No.
Yeah, it's none of that mass produced stuff. No. This is premium lava that we all need at home in 2020. It has been hot recently. It feels like we do have a lava cauldron somewhere in the building. Luckily here where we are, we have the air conditioner on, so thank you very much. Because we get to cast this, we get to stay in prime temperature conditions.
Yeah, honestly, it is a little bit nice not having to deal with the overbearing heat that has been plaguing the Philippines for the last couple weeks. It is March, we're getting into summer, and it's heating up, both in terms of temperature and in terms of how hot these Axie matchups are going to be. So our first match, I'm not certain yet who's going to be matching up against who. We're going to be seeing
Endo versus
in the graphic.
Sequinox?
It's NDAR versus Kosei first. There you go. So Kosei from the Chosen Ones versus NDAR from YGG for our first best of 5 castle defense. Now NDAR, I believe he just hit top 1 a couple days ago. I think I saw on Twitter. Of course, top 1 on ladder changes very rapidly, especially this late into the season. We're only a couple days away from the end of it, and Kosei definitely has the chops to take him down, but can he do it here? It's going to be a best of 5. It's going to be right here on LSL S3 Guild Rush.
Well, watch this, because Kosei, he's going to beat Enda, and he'll be the undisputed number 1. The ultimate revenge and the ultimate comeback from his loss yesterday and his loss today. This is the full redemption. He gets to beat number 1.
Well, we shall see, because Kosei, while he hasn't made it into the playoffs yet, still a very, very formidable opponent. And as you saw, he has a bunch of good Axies down his sleeves. He's got a lot of stuff in his wallet to pull out. And NDAR as well, being part of YGG and being, top ladder sometimes is no slouch. So really, it can go either way, in my opinion.
We are blessed the fact that we can be indoors and starting to feel a little bit chilly. And so, if you feel a little bit chilly, you want to put some clothes on. Elite's got you if you want to.
There you go.
As well.
I mean, to be fair, they do have some pretty cool looking hoodies to keep you warm. Nice hats to keep your head warm as well. They also have NFT clothing. I have an Elite MetaWear cap in my MetaMask wallet as well. So it is a pretty cool brand to get some nice warm clothes on if it's winter where you are, which is, I don't know, Australia? Is Australia's winter like...
You know, they go through all 4 seasons in a day. At least from what I've heard, if you go to Melbourne, it's like you'll go through all 4 seasons in one day.
Yeah, that doesn't sound... I would rather have, predictable hot or predictable wet rather than having to, have all the seasons coming at you throughout one day. But we're going to be getting into our Guild Rush right here. As you can see, the YGG emblem right there. And yeah, his picture is just it's just an Axie. I mean, that is cute.
He's got his eyes closed as well. Just sleeping.
Okay. Both of them choosing to run nearly the same identical Aqua in the middle, but arguably Kosei is a little bit disadvantaged here because his mech, if it does get targeted by that Aqua, by NDAR's Aqua, boom, it's gone. It just disappears. And because NDAR has a faster Aqua, it's not going to be it's not even going to be able to move if NDAR gets his backdoor first. And Kosei's not even going to be able to backdoor that Aqua because the shrimp only goes to the back, and what's in the back? A plant with Mosquito. So right off the bat, looking like NDAR is in a really good spot.
No. Watch this, okay? What's gonna happen is Kosei, he's gonna get he's gonna go for the shrimp onto that backline plant. Triple crits him. Down goes the plant. Next thing you know, oh, there comes the mech. Takes out the frontline plant, and then of course your frontline plant for Kosei, he's gonna be like, oh, I can take any damage that comes from your Aqua because he's not gonna pull a single shrimp, and it's gonna be an easy GG for Kosei.
We'll see.
Predicted.
That's the prediction. Let's see if it happens. I mean, to be fair, all right.
So likely.
It is something that could happen. You never know. It all comes down to the heart of the cards, the luck of the draw here. And Kosei, I think he's got a little bit more consistency to work with in terms of his cards, because he's got the card draw in the Pumpkin and Cattail if either gets used. Although Cattail will only ever proc off of Sandal. Meanwhile, Kosei, he's gonna have the mech to try to just burst through the plant, and then if he can burst through that plant, the Aqua is gonna be easy to get through. He's gonna go for loss of energy here. He's gonna be 2 energy up, but look at that. NDAR has already found both of his
NDAR's already losing.
He's already losing. He's found both the shrimps. He hasn't found any of the damage cards yet. But Kosei, he's going to draw 3, have 6 energy. He's not going to have enough energy to play, or he's not going to have enough cards to use all his energy, but he definitely, if he draws a couple more mech cards, can just go through this front plant like nothing. All comes down to the draw of round 2. And let's see.
I've currently got nothing to say, as there's nothing happening. But here we go. It will be a pumpkin just to avoid some of the damage coming off the slipper and the energy getting destroyed. It does take back from the vegetable bite that happened earlier. Could have actually gone for another one there if he wanted to. Would have made things a little more difficult. Probably expecting NDAR to use all his energy, but not going to be the case.
And honestly, that is fine. Kosei is still ahead in terms of energy, even though he got one of them got destroyed. And NDAR, if he's gonna have to draw all of his shrimp cards here if he wants to go for the back door, because Kosei, I think no matter what, commits to killing the front plant right now. Oh, and NDAR didn't draw anything. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, that is, it feels bad, but here is the damage. 137, 137, 173, and 173. No use out of that plant whatsoever. And ready to hit this Aqua on the second line as well.
Yup, and there it is. Kosei is going to go for the kill on this Aqua. Nothing doing for NDAR. Can't really do much right there. And now this plant is stuck in a 1v3. All Kosei has to do is be patient. Keep this plant alive for as long as possible. Draw those mech cards by round 7, I think. Oh my god, what a crit.
It's a bit annoying, isn't it? Look at these cards that are coming out. These aren't great. You actually just lost the plant, but he should have the energy and the cards this next round. There's no way he doesn't, and there it is. It's going to be the full-on burst onto this backline. 200 shields, 500 HP, 700 damage needed, and he's already done that 360 to start things off.
Triple nut. Here we go. Throw 2, and then melee 1. It just exactly put him into last stand.
173 HP.
And there it is. Game number 1 for Kosei. He had the better time in that fight because his mech was able to stay alive. NDAR just wasn't able to get the damage cards for his backdoor Aqua, and that just spelled the difference. Left his back plant in a 1v3, and that's game number 1 for Kosei.
Predictions, when they go right very, very well. And so there you go. I knew that was going to happen. I wasn't memeing and thinking that it was going to be an absolute stomp from number 1 NDAR or anything like that.
Absolutely called it.
I knew exactly how that was going to go.
Prediction rate, man, prediction rate, and we're gonna take a look at this, the back plant of NDAR. This is something that we do see a lot. We saw it last week. We saw it in the highlight. This AxieGG is brought to you by Impossible Finance, and wow, Biden's Mosquito Cactus Hatsune. Ordinarily, this is a plant that can, in a 1v1, just keep going, keep chugging along for a long time. But not in a 1 versus 3. I mean, sure, he was able to take care of the plant, but by the time that happened, Kosei was like, you know what, I got this in the bag, I got all the energy, I got all the cards in the world, we're just going to go for full burst and the next turn. That's exactly what happened, and even with a 200 shield and full health, this plant couldn't really survive an aggressive burst like that.
Kosei must have felt very lucky in that particular moment. Every single hand that came his way was perfect to deal with the current problems he was facing. And so, I mean, it's just fortune favors the bold, and he did go for a very bold play there indeed. And it worked out. 1-0, Kosei against the number 1 player in Apex at the moment. Sorry, in Axie at the moment. And so, you know, it is a situation where you can be pretty proud of yourself, and Kosei has already gotten this far, and he's just going to keep going forward as well. We do have potentially 4 more games, and so NDAR definitely has the chance for the fight back going forward. So you can't write off NDAR just yet, but Kosei is off to a good start, and he could build on that success, absolutely. I wonder how he's going to change things up, if he's going to keep the same lineup going forward, or if he's going to try and counter-predict what's going to come the way from NDAR.
You know, the thing is, with Kosei, we've seen a lot of teams. With NDAR this time, we've only seen the one team so far. We don't know how deep the Axie pool is for NDAR. Kosei has a lot of options here, and I know that both of them are just scouting, trying to see the best team possible. I think both of them may be switching here, and that was I think that was the ideal team, honestly, for NDAR in that situation. He just didn't get lucky with the backdoor. He wasn't able to draw his cards to destroy that mech as fast as possible, and then that mech got all the value, got all the damage off onto the plants. Maybe, you know, if one of them sticks with the team, the other will as well. But I do think that Kosei will be swapping out because, in all honesty, that game was pretty 50-50. And the 50% chance went over to Kosei this time, but it may not the next time.
The fact that not a single damage card came off that Aqua pretty much tells you exactly how that game went, because the chances of that happening are very, very low. The fact that not a single card went the way of that Aqua, generally he would be taking out that mech and making having a time of it, really. But just unless situations and circumstances go that exact same way in this scenario, that shouldn't happen again.
Yeah. Honestly, that Aqua had nothing at turn 3, and that is usually like turn 2 or turn 3 is the point where you want to go for the back door. You have nothing there. If you don't have the cards, if you don't have the damage cards, what are you going to do? Because by that time, your opponent's already like, all right, I can tear through his front. And when you're still looking for cards with the back and you can't really go through the front because you don't have a lot of super effective damage cards, it's very tragic. And that's what happened to NDAR. Although it is just luck of the draw. It's consistency that we're looking for here. That's why we're playing a best of 5.
Endor's a great name, by the way. There's a planet called Endor in a particular franchise, and so that's pretty cool. And here we go into the second game, and let's see if there have been any switch-ups or if we're looking at the exact same lineups for both of them. And we will see a bird coming out for Kosei, as well as the Aqua and the Dusk. We saw this particular lineup from him previously, and it is going to be the same team for NDAR.
All right, so just a note on your last point, the planet is not Endor, it's a forest moon.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's a moon.
That's a moon. Endor is technically it is the 4th moon of the big gas planet. Just nerding out a little bit here by going back into Axie. Composition wise, Kosei very meta, looking at a big damage bird, as well as that the Arco Sandal Aqua, which I think will run very well into this into this back plant of NDAR, if that does happen to be the 1v1, because I think that this time NDAR should be getting the back door.
Well, let's see it happen, because we haven't seen any backdoors really happen so far, despite having the Shrimpinator in the two Shrimpinators in the last round, in the last game, sorry. And so NDAR, let's see what he pulls out, because this Aqua can definitely take care of a backline bird.
Yeah, 100%. All you got to do is the 4-card combo. If you predict the egg manipulation as well, the egg bomb manipulation, all you got to do is 3 energy and it dies. But NDAR, I think, can't risk just going for a 3-card damage burst and then predicting the egg bomb. You really gotta make your make your own fortune here. You gotta go for the shrimp, excuse me. And NDAR, I really think it depends on if he can get the kill on the bird before the bird does too much damage with that hair dagger and peacemaker balloon, all of those cards.
Let's see, it all comes down to that first hand, and you've yet to pull them. Of course, there is the delay. There is the spectator delay that we do have to take into consideration.
Of course, the spectator delay is there for competitive integrity, so that the teams can't just watch someone else's stream and get the lowdown on what cards they have. So we are stuck waiting for their own cards for a little bit, but these guys are already playing, most definitely. I wonder though what the first draws are going to be.
I'll make the prediction right now. Double egg manipulates, 1 scarab and a cattail, and no, never mind, I got all of them wrong. It's going to be energy destroyed, and it's going to be a slipper, but couldn't even actually utilize the energy being destroyed because they've both used all their energy to try and do some damage, but that crit's going to make things look a little bit more interesting for NDAR, because unfortunately that Dusk is down to 176 HP after a huge crit from that slipper. Bug splat.
Big crit from Lachanko coming in for NDAR. That changes things up a bit, it really does, because now NDAR should have a little bit of an easier time taking down that Dusk, even if it has a pretty good shield, which it won't. At the same time, Kosei going for the card draw, going for just pure damage here, trying to whittle down that plant little by little. Meanwhile, NDAR still round 4, and no cigar on the back door yet. Not lucky at the moment. Or round 3, sorry. Yep, he still hasn't gotten any draws. No, the egg manipulation here. That actually is going to do quite a bit of damage, some value for Kosei there, because he was able to negate that damage onto his own Dusk. And now there we go, finally the backdoor from NDAR. This one should kill. It will, 100%. Now NDAR, he's got 3 energy. Can he, with 3 energy, get past this Dusk? The answer is yes. Only 160 shield. Just barely brings him into last stand. Oh, Kosei not in a great spot right here. He's gonna have 3 energy. Oh, big crit. Sorry, he's in a pretty damn good spot now.
He's a fast boy as well. And of course, those Scarabs are going to be a big, big help once he gets to this backline plant. And so here comes the fight. But look at that damage coming off the cactus.
Bang, bang! Oh! And then NDAR's going to have double cactus again with Bidens. It's not going to be enough. That's so much. 640 for Kosei to chew through. Because he had to deal with that Aqua in the mid, he's not going to be able to get this kill. And NDAR with the cacti pokes Kosei twice, brings it to a 1-1. A lot more competitive matches these days. Well, today.
And fighting back, and there you go. That's exactly what he was capable of this entire time. And so that is our second game. NDAR has proven that, you know, Kosei, he has what it takes, but NDAR's #1 for a reason, right? You get to #1 on the Axie scoreboard, or leaderboards rather, and it's for a good reason, isn't it? It's because you've worked very hard to achieve that. So, well played there by NDAR. There's definitely a world there where Kosei wins that, because that 1v1, if that damage hadn't been done to the Aqua in the first place, that would have been a prime position to start doing some damage. But the fact that he managed to get off 2 cactuses is, was a very important feat to achieve. And now, of course, we do have our Axie screen for you.
Yep, this Aqua of NDAR, brought to you by Elite Metaware and AxieGG, finally got the value from the Shrimp, because he was able to put a little bit of damage down on that bird with the help of Kosei's egg manipulation. He only needed to have 3 cards. It was just Shrimp, Aranda, and that's all she wrote. Or was it Shrimp Blue Moon? I think it was Shrimp Double Blue Moon. And that was all she wrote for the bird. Allowed NDAR to have an Axie advantage coming in to the 2v1, and that gave him the round. It gave him 1 round, enough time to get a double cactus off, and then get another one on the next turn. Because if he had that, if he had full health, if Kosei's Aqua did have full health before getting into that 1v1, it's highly likely that Kosei would have taken that.
And that's pretty much the ultimate reality that we're talking about right now, because in this one, for sure, NDAR has done a brilliant job. And now, well, 1-1, we still have the first of 3 to go. So perhaps 2 more games, perhaps 3 more games. But it's going to come down to the wire again for Kosei. Well, that would have been his 3rd time today, because Kosei, he does not finish games quickly. He makes sure that he does his absolute best to try and at least squeeze out that final game.
That's right, and we've seen that for the last couple matches, the semifinals, the finals. Kosei went all the way, went the distance, and right now it could happen again. Once again, they are fighting for actually, we did it before. We're supposed to tell you guys what they're actually fighting for before the castle defense, but they are going to be fighting for $1,000 worth of guild tokens, 6 AXS, and 500 USD worth of YGG tokens. So for a total of 1,500 USD and 6 AXS, Kosei and Sequinox are going to be trying to take down the YGG Castle. And, you know, if one of them does get it, they're going to get half already. So that's $750 and 3 AXS. If the other one doesn't get it, that's fine. The first one still has the half of the loot. But it's all next. It's all up to ELM0MOMO and NDAR. They need to win in order to keep the castle standing. If one of them wins, the castle stands. But if both of them lose, oh, that's a crumbling castle for YGG.
You always kind of hope, especially the one that doesn't qualify for the playoffs, you kind of hope that they're going to at least get a taste of that treasure. They're the ones that found the empty wing and managed to sneak out that particular treasure. But because, you know, it's like at least they managed something for themselves as well.
Yeah, but it's a little bit of a boss fight before you can actually get the what's it called, the loot, before you're able to loot the castle of YGG. So a little bit of switch up here for both of them. Kosei going for a double bug setup with a Pocky Reptile. That's the first I've seen of that. While NDAR goes for a double plant and mech. Oh, this is a little spicy. Kosei's Pocky Reptile. That's creative. I haven't seen that ever, I don't think. Meanwhile, the double bug, they only have Parasite. Neither of them have double discard, but it's just single discards. And we saw this bug be incredibly annoying. Well, almost incredibly annoying. But Sequinox had the perfect counter to this front bug from Kosei.
Such a cute reptile. Looks like Uber cake.
It is very cute,
Right?
it's very deadly.
Looks like an Uber cake or a purple yam cake. Those that don't know what Uber is, but all three of Kosei's Axies move after this mech, so he does have the potential to do a lot of damage before those plans can even have a say in things. But that mech can be a big problem, and you don't need like a bunch of cards for a mech to do damage, because each one of those mech cards can do some great damage. You also see he's got a fish ear there, so he's also got, that's why he's got so much speed going for him.
That's right. And honestly, this is kind of the cookie cutter mech that you want if you want to be climbing the leaderboards this season. The balloon is such a good zero cost, because it not only makes you faster than other mechs, it fears as well. It's so useful. But mainly it is used because it gives you the slight edge over mechs who chose to have hero on their back instead of the balloon. The rest of NDAR's team looks pretty good as well. However, Kosei with 2 bugs, man, those are going to be super effective. Also, as well as Pocky versus these plants.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Pocky coming into play for the Reptile, it's an interesting matchup. I think it could go either way, depending on the on what cards are pulled and how well Kosei can maintain the card pulls, the card economy for NDAR.
That's right. And starting off, we have Kosei pouring everything out right here. Gotta get a beach, gonna get a serious energy destroyed, and already 74 health on this bug. Alright, there's a Pocky. So much damage here. But Kosei is being a little bit defensive here, not really I don't think that's super advisable, but it did keep his bug alive. His energy's been destroyed though. So he has to skip this turn, unfortunately, having to almost sacrifice that bug, but it does live for just one tick of last stand. Now Kosei's gonna finish off his NDAR's plant in the front as well. But that opens him up to get bang energy gain from the Kotaro and into the cactus. It's a lot of damage, but that's 480. Is it going to be enough? It should be.
Yeah, it's more than enough. My goodness.
Destroys it. Just that bug got super destroyed. And you know, it's round 6. You already know it's going to happen, even though your reptile is looking pretty nice. If your bugs have already gone to heaven by that time, Kosei knows. And NDAR up 2-1.
Yo, I always find that so funny. They just do a little flip. It's like, oh, You just took out my second line. It's time to do a flip, you know. Congratulations to you, man. And so there you go. NDAR, a quick 2-0 now, and
2-1.
Oh yeah, sorry, 2-1. That's right. And so Kosei hasn't been able to convert another one there. Like, it looked like a good lineup, but it just, you know, that damage that just kept coming in, and as well as doing a really good job of maintaining the energy control as well, because it kept managing to keep him on the ropes, and he couldn't really set up the energy. And then that last final round, they had equal energy. So at that point, it's just like, yeah, you're not going to be getting through that anytime soon. So NDAR, huge recovery here, and here a quick look again at that gorgeous reptile coming in from Kosei.
Yes, this AxieCam brought to you by Avigrant's DAO. It was a very cute, unique reptile. Unfortunately, didn't really get to do much. Pocky Biden's Razorbite and Gila. I am a big fan of this if you're going up against, you know, double Aqua comps, but as a reptile, you are going to have a lot of trouble when you're taking the fight to beast comps. So this is a great idea, good concept from Kosei. Maybe he can make it work in the next one, but I don't know if he's going to pull it out for the next game, actually. Seeing how well NDAR was able to keep him on the ropes and on the back foot for the entirety of that last match.
Seen a lot of reptiles today.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see some more.
We're probably gonna see a lot more as the day goes on, because this isn't the only Axie tournament we're casting today.
That's right. If you're, you know, I mean, most of these tournaments are like pretty much interconnected with like everyone that's in them. So, yeah, he'll be seeing us again later, probably.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge on a different tournament. So, but right now we're gonna focus up on this potentially last game for NDAR and or Kosei. It's potentially, because if Kosei wins this, we're gonna go to a game number 5. But if NDAR wins this, it's over for Kosei, and the castle will stand no matter what happens in the second one.
Both these games that NDAR have won have looked quite dominant, I must say. Like, I think in both situations, there were 2 Axie left remaining alive. So that's a little bit scary for Kosei. Kosei has shown us that he can win, especially on that first round. But since then, I think it's almost as if NDAR stopped underestimating him.
Yeah.
I think he's now correctly estimating him and putting up the appropriate fight that he's supposed to as well. It's like he's trying to maintain brain power moving forward. But here we go into the 4th game, and let's see, will this be the 3-1 for NDAR, or will it go 2-2 and perhaps a 3-2 for Kosei going into the 5th? That's all going to be up for question, because look at these Axies. They've both had quite the change up. We've seen this lineup before from Kosei, but from NDAR, well, we saw someone else bring out something similar to this, but that's an actual beast.
Yes, it is. You were just saying that beasts don't exist anymore. Here's one right here.
It's rare. It's an endangered species.
It really is, because it doesn't have as much speed. Look at NDAR's entire team goes after Kosei's team. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah. The entire team goes second.
Yeah, but consider this. NDAR, he's got Goda and Rice here. So he's got an Energy Destroy and an Energy Steal on his beast. He's got an Energy Steal in terms of Vegetal Bite on his plant as well. And this beast, if NDAR can, you know, if he can draw the cards for this beast first, it's going to start to tear through these dusks like paper. Because that Risky Beast, Revenge Arrow, oh god, Rice and Goda, those do so much damage to dusks. I think double Risky, double Arrow does kill these dusks. But if you mix in like a Goda or a Rice, you get more utility, but you will, I think, need one more card to do the job.
I really like that reptile. It looks like a clown. Looks like an evil clown. It's the I mean, it's always the mouth, and obviously it's quoted as well. The name of the card is quoted, to be fair. But even with a horn and the little puff at the back as well. It's just it fits. It all fits. It's very cute.
It does fit. It does look like a. It's the closest thing you have to an actual clown. Actually, I would say maybe that we have available.
Why so serious?
But the triple scaly lunge here, I quite like it coming from Kosei. Is it enough to get through NDAR's defenses? Because this plant, it does have decent shields, but I don't think it's going to survive more than 3 turns if Kosei draws the right cards. But NDAR, maybe 3 turns is all he needs in order to take 2 dusts out. Depends on the draws.
Good. That beast can do some serious damage to all 3 on the side of Kosei.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Scary
what I'm
prospect.
saying. Even though it's a rare, endangered species, it still packs a hell of a punch. And then the Reflectile in the back for NDAR. It's not going to be too great. Oh, alright, starting off, both of them playing all their energy out. Neither wants to get any energy destroyed, any energy stolen. But
My goodness.
yeah, NDAR is the one who tried to go for an energy steal. Didn't quite work out. But he is behind by about 100 damage.
Any energy that he can gain here can get destroyed by NDAR if he chooses to, but they'll both be down to, I mean, it'd be a wasted round almost.
Yeah, especially considering that Kosei, he may be playing a Cottontail here.
This, however, every single card is faster, so Kotaro will always give that energy.
Yes. That is true. So if NDAR does double Kotaro here, he could be in a very good spot coming into the next few rounds, even if Kosei does commit to a kill here on NDAR's plant, which is possible. NDAR has no cards to protect that plant, but I know that both of them were just thinking of the energy situation, so they both skipped. And NDAR is thinking of his moves. He doesn't want to give anything. Oh. He doesn't want to give anything for free, but that is going to be a little bit of damage for free onto that beast. This should not. It will kill. Sorry, it will kill, but it will bring to last stand first. Both of them at 0. What could happen here? Because Kosei still has that last stand. He could just skip here and let NDAR do the dirty work basically. Because NDAR has no 0 costs on his Axies now. It's gonna be hard for him to get rid of that last stand without losing value.
And so here we go. Just the one free move, and there is going to take out and destroy the energy that just got gained. And there's the Kotaro Bite. That is going to be giving them a little bit of energy back, but now they're both down to the 0 again.
That's going to hurt quite a bit. Will this Scarab be enough? Not quite. And NDAR lives, but just barely. Is going to be able to steal that energy as well. So Kosei, oh, it's not looking too great, if I'm being honest, because Tiny Dino's now activated. Sure, that beast is going to die, but now you've got the Kotaro and Tiny Dino to deal with, because Kosei is never going to be slower than NDAR's Reflectile here, I don't think.
Double Scarab and double energy gain. Does mean that you're going to get the full 4 attacks if you want to, and that's going to be the Kotaro bite as well.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Jeez, okay. And there it is, the Reflectile combo, 231 shield, and there's the reflections as well. Will it be enough? Not enough for Kosei, and he's taking damage too. The reflecting, only 1 shield left, and here it is, double Tiny Dino, bang, bang, Scaly Spoon to finish it off, and NDAR is successful in the tower defense, 3-1. Kosei, try again next week, buddy, because NDAR keeps the YGG Castle standing.
Well played, Kosei. A valiant effort there, but one that ultimately falls short, as I think NDAR pretty much after that first round, he has shown absolutely no quarter. But at least in that particular situation, it did come down to the 1 versus 1. It wasn't a 2 versus 1 like it has been every other situation before that point. And it just went to show that the reptiles, when it came down to them, NDAR knows his lizards.
That's right. NDAR had a better lizard coming into that than Kosei did. So, unfortunately for Kosei, he will not be taking his share of that YGG loot pool. But NDAR doing his guild proud, keeping it standing, keeping the castle alive, and protecting the treasures from Kosei. So congrats to NDAR for starting off strong. We're going to be looking at that Axie, that beast, very rare, and yet it was kind of the key to NDAR's success here. Risky Beast Goda, Dual Blade Rice.
Topaz eyes, those are very cute. Tassels as well. Tassels, is that a bug part?
That is a bug part.
Here? There you go. And yeah, I mean, this beast, it survived as long as it had to. It did the damage it had to, and really just came down to that reptile at the very end there to do the work. But this beast was a beast.
It really was. It was a beast, man. It did so much damage. It added so much value for NDAR. And this AxieGam is brought to you by Community Gaming. And honestly, something like this, while rare, works in certain situations. I wouldn't put it to ladder. I wouldn't bring it to ladder, no. But in a tournament situation, yeah, sure. Go with it. It fits well inside the team. And obviously it got the W. So NDAR, great job and great Axie. And I wonder if that is actually a personal Axie of NDAR or one that the YGG esports team has bestowed upon him.
Well, you know, YGG, they only provide the best for their team, and so NDAR probably wasn't too limited in his choices on what to use here. But that is going to be it for the first castle defense. Of course, we do have coming up next Squinox, Sequinox going up against LSL.
Yeah, and that's going to be our second castle defense, the last match of the day. So catch that in just a little bit. We're going to be going on a tiny break before we end LSL Season 3 Guild Rush Week number 4. My name is G10 coming at you. With me is Jaeger. Look at him, so bogey, and we'll be right back.
We're all from New York, right? So can I get a year?
Oh my god!
got my back, I'm sure I won't lose if I hold it. Your hands, your time to choose. Free from the system, no stress in the money. We're breaking the rules. What it do? AxieGG gonna break this game. You know what it is. Listen real quick.
Play to lose. Play to earn.
Stop asking yourself, fuck, is it real? Be part of the move, go get it killed. Be part of the movement, action. Gaming all day, what we doing, action. No time for losing, action. It's the way that you choose action.
You're all from New York, right? So can I get a year?
Oh my god!
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final match of the day. This is LSL Season 3 Guild Rush. My name is Cheetah, coming at you. With me is Jaeger, and we're going to be going into the last best of 5 in our castle defense.
That's right, and so we've already had our first come into play, and that was between, well, NDAR and Soke.
Soke,
So, you know, Kosei, very, very strong effort, very good ideas, but NDAR, number 1 for a reason, and now we're heading into Sequinox versus LMOMO.
All right, that's 3 Mo's in that, and yeah. We actually forgot to introduce the defending guild. So defending the castle today is YGG the Yielders. They're one of the largest guilds in the space, and they have been for a while. They've been dominating so far a lot in this season of LSL, having taken down the Guild Phi Castle on week 1, finished within the top 8 of the LSL qualifiers. And to cap that off, they also have 2 players qualifying to go to the Vegas finals of the Air Championship Series. And as you can see, LMOMO is one of those who have actually qualified for Air. He's going to be going up against Sequinox.
That's right. So, do you want the breakdown of these players? Yeah. LMOMO is one of the YGG representatives who qualified to the Air Championship Series as he finished first place in the second qualifier. He also finished top 4 in last week's AxieGG Castle raid and game read multiple wins in Friday night Axie.
I think that's garnered.
Gamered. Garnered multiple wins. I thought that said game red. Okay. And, well, we already had NDAR, because he didn't get the proper introduction he deserved. NDAR had recently won the Zen Sports Battle of the Guilds and finished top 8 in the Guild Phi Castle raid. We've also seen him win in the championship in our very own Friday Night Axie as well. So both Friday Night Axies, both the winners right here.
That's right. And the 2 challengers must defeat these 2 defenders in order to take down the YGG's castle and steal their loot. And so far, Kosei was unsuccessful in taking down the big bad boss NDAR. Let's see if Sequinox can have any more luck, because what's at stake here is 750 USD for Sequinox in various cryptocurrencies, guild tokens, and YGG tokens, as well as 3 AXS. So if Sequinox is able to beat LMOMO here, the castle will still stand, but Sequinox will be able to get away with a little bit of a loot.
So that is what is currently up for grabs for Sequinox. He's won his fight for the playoffs, and now he is fighting for his share of the treasure as well. El0MOMO stands in the way of the treasure. He's that big guard with the giant sword that says, don't come any closer, I'm warning you. And Sequinox is the one that says, no, I'm still going to try it. And, you know, it's going to be a big battle. And, well, we'll see what the result's going to be, because both these two have a very, very big weakness, which is if they get hit 3 times, they just lose.
That's right. it's a best of 5. That's the creative way of saying it's a best of 5, guys. First to 3 games wins, and I believe we have another giveaway. Or wait, hang on. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's fine. I think we're good now. I think we're good with giveaways. If you were not able to get into one of those while we were talking about them before, sucks for you, because you gotta wait till next week.
What can I say, man? It sucks to suck anyway. That's so rude.
Sorry for being rude, but I mean, we gave you so many chances to tag us and tweet at us.
Why
the
are you
answers.
not joining?
If you didn't join, honestly,
that's on you, bro.
all you gotta do is tweet us, man. And if you didn't do that, wait till next week. There's more guild tokens and giveaways.
And the next week, and the next week, and the next week. So still plenty of chances. You're not a loser. You just missed out on an opportunity, but there's still plenty of opportunities to come your way as well. So don't worry about that. But what you should be worrying about is your favorite player going into this matchup, because one of them is not going to be happy after this match, because either one of them has just lost their treasure, or the other one will be gaining that treasure.
That's right.
So everything to play for here, and it is in the hands of the defender to try and hold on to it. And El0MOMO is no pushover. He is a very talented player, and so is Sequinox. And so we'll see who gets to win out between the L's and the C's.
Yeah, as El0MOMO, as we said already, multiple tournament wins, going to Vegas for the Axie Infinity Retreat playoffs, and has been already in LSL to help take down the Unix Castle in week number 2, and right now repping YGG. We're just waiting for them to get into the game so we can get started on the action, because this is promising to be one of the big games, if not the biggest game of the night for LSL.
There you go. That's everything from us. So, how are you guys doing today?
How's your day going?
Have you eaten? Depending on where you are in the world, have you had lunch / breakfast / dinner?
We're about to have dinner after this game.
That's
so
right.
If you guys are from our time zone, have dinner with us afterwards.
If you're not from our time zone, have lunch or breakfast with us, or brunch, or midnight snack, 2 a.m. snack. There's really
4 p.m. snack.
Eat when you want to eat. We don't control you.
Just eat with us because we like the company. You know who else likes the company? El0MOMO, because he wants to be in the same company as NDAR, as Castle Defenders who are successful.
Yeah. The company of winners. I see. That's where they want to be. And currently, Sequinox has gotten into the company of winners as well, as he is one of the top 4 in the playoffs out of top 8. So we still have 4 more slots to go and 4 more weeks before we head into those playoffs. And my goodness, actually, it's gone by quite quickly. The last time when
half done?
I got the job offer, it was like, we've got 6 weeks left after you join. I was like, oh, okay. And now it's already 4 weeks left after today. So it's actually gone by pretty quickly.
Yeah.
The older you get, the faster time goes. So, don't wait too long, because it's later than you think.
Make the most of your youth.
Yeah.
While you're young and energetic.
Don't say you'll do it later, because it's later than you think.
Because later is now.
I learned that from. Did you see Ryan Reynolds' new movie?
Which one? The Adam Project?
Yes, that's the one.
I've been meaning to watch it.
That it gives you a bit of an existential crisis when you watch it. So yeah, be prepared, because you'll be like, oh yeah, I'm already how old? What? Oh dear. And then, yeah, so.
I mean, for me, it's like I'm feeling my age, because in the sports that I follow, they're younger than me. The sportsmen that I idolize are younger than me. Charles Leclerc is like 24.
Yeah, he's young, but at least Alonso is like old, so you know
41.
we can still feel younger than him, but even that's not old now that I think about it. As you know, to be fair, the older you get, the more you think like, you know, this age isn't as old as I thought
It's
it was.
not as
when
bad.
you're 18, you're like, oh, you're 30, and then when you're like in your 25, you're like, 30 is not bad, 35 is not bad, 40 is, you know, it's all
Yeah,
right.
the age copium.
Yeah, you just keep coping. By the time you get to 50, you're like, maybe I'm feeling it now. Maybe. But supposedly the human that's meant to live to 150 years old has already been born. So technically till you get to 50, you're still on the bottom 1/3 of your life.
I mean, theoretically, right? That's if the Earth doesn't like die before we get to that point, because global warming is really doing a number on us.
That's right. So, you know, make sure that after you're done playing Axie, you recycle.
Recycling. Yes, that'll save the Earth. Or you know, try to. I actually
Find an
don't know.
Axie that eats pollution.
Or try going solar. Solar energy is always a good resource.
So it's cool. It's very cool. A little bit expensive, but you know, once you've got it, you've got it. You got your
forever,
energy,
almost.
and you're not paying those electricity bills anymore.
You can actually sell your electricity back to the grid and make money off of the electricity that you don't use.
That's pretty cool. I would like to see the entire world covered in everything made out of
Solar panels.
Yeah,
That would be dope. That'd be pretty
pavements,
cool.
roofs, umbrellas. What else gets rained on? Or gets sunshined on?
Windows.
Windows, yeah.
There are
Walls.
actually already solar windows. I believe Germany, I think, is working on a solar panel
So
paved
pavements,
road.
yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah.
There's the hexagons. I know that in Japan, foot traffic creates electricity, so that's interesting as well. Can you imagine you're generating electricity just by people going through your amazing transit systems, because you know they have such great modes of transportation, and that would, you know, promote other. What does this conversation become? Where's the game? Yo, guys, start.
We're just waiting. We're kind of doing a whole train of thought here, stream of
I
consciousness.
can't even string it back to the main topic anymore. Like
We've gone so far off the beaten path. And yet, back to Axie. Hopefully,
my hand
Origin
disappear.
improves our lives, just like solar power. And this, you can see clearly where reality breaks for us.
Oh, floating hand. This is what we do. This is what we do when we're waiting for the game to start.
I would talk about comps, but we've seen what Sequonox says he has in his wallet, and honestly, it's hard to talk about it if ELM0MOMO hasn't shown his hand yet, because I have to talk about them in terms of strengths versus weaknesses of other compositions. So now, like, I need to see what ELM0MOMO's got, because I know he's got a lot of stuff in his arsenal.
I'm sure there's like at least one commenter out there that's like, those idiots, they could be talking about this. And then if they were to sit here, they'd go, and it wouldn't go quite the way they wanted. So there's half and half when it comes to this job: entertainment and knowledge.
Right now, you're
Knowledge,
solidly in the entertainment. Yeah.
Okay. We're both entertainment.
Yes.
A little bit of knowledge here, plenty of knowledge over here. That's
I
why
hope
we
we're
work so
both
well.
entertaining for you guys, because this is kind of what we were signed up for while we're waiting for these guys.
Can't hear the
Yes.
smacks there, but you know. Thank you. I needed that today.
Oh, you know, I actually do want to get a massage sometime like after this week.
Compared to the last
maybe.
time I had one. You know, that is one thing. That is one thing that you feel when you're getting older. It's like, you know what? I could really do with it. Like, I haven't had my back cracked in I don't know how long.
Oh God, that sounds so
A
good.
good back crack always sounds good.
My shoulders have just had a constant knot in them for like the past couple weeks, and I keep trying to push them out on my own, but I feel like I really need a deep tissue after this week, maybe after next week, because I'm super busy next week as well. A lot of Axie action for you guys to watch out for next week. I'm casting like...
You notice when you sit
So
in
many.
in like a massage chair, it never really gets out those knots. You need the
No.
human touch. Like, yeah, they feel good. You know, they feel alright. It's like you can sit back and you can relax to that, but you don't feel completely refreshed. You still
Yeah.
feel like you still have a couple of debuffs going on.
Yeah,
in your
honestly,
back.
if it doesn't hurt after, it's not a good massage.
That's true. Yeah, you have to feel sore. You have to be like they really worked at it to get it out. Otherwise, they've not done what you need.
Yeah. And the best massage I've ever had, super hard Swedish massage. I was sore for a couple days, but my body felt like it was like butter afterwards. Just I'm gonna flop here for like a couple hours.
Yeah, you always like after a good massage, like you feel a little bit taller as well. Like you feel decompressed. You feel like your back's healthy again. You can sit straight. Finally, let's go. Let's go. What are we
Okay.
talking about? Massages.
Just our aging flesh prisons.
Oh,
there we go.
Live camera. Look at him.
What's up, LMOMOMO from Singapore? Going with the double aqua, the tried and true
I
waltz.
like that he was talking when it started. It's like he was talking to his team.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. His dog is named LMOMOMO, and the dog is supposed to be on the camera right now, and he made it his own name. So I quite like that. A tribute to your dog. I quite love dogs.
We've got an arrow. We've got a stinky aqua, and we have the we've seen a lot of this. Oh yeah, it was Equinox, of course. I was gonna say we've seen a lot of it today because it's the same bloody one. On the other side, we've seen
Yep.
plenty of this particular plant, and all these aquas as well. The spiky wings and the scarab. We've seen a rendition of that earlier today as well.
Yes. So I like the poofling tech here for Equinox because that does give quite a bit of shield, and it's a budget backdoor, right? Because it hits the front plant, and then after that, you can cactus, turnip, herbivore, do so much damage to the aqua. You can even do some beast cards up there. I quite like it because it gets rid of the problem you have of if you're having a shrimp aqua, it's the only one that can backdoor, right? But with this, just throw poop at your enemy, and then the rest of your axes can just go, oh, that's stinky, let's go to the next.
Let's hit that. He reminds me of the donkey when he tries to do the cute face, and they go, "Oh, kill it." So the same concept. Oh, kill it.
That is funny. Let's see what cards they draw, because this is going to be the last match, the first round of the last match, the first game, last match of the night. You can tell we're kind of our minds are starting to go a little bit.
Oh dear, we have another cast later. How is this possible?
We have dinner in between.
Yeah, there you go. There's a refill on energy. We'll be fine.
Yeah, it's like this is round 8 for us, and we just kind of have to skip one round, and then we'll be fine on energy for the next one.
It'll be all good. It'll be all good.
Oh, LMOMOMO is starting off with the veggie bite. Always good to see. Always good to take resources away from your opponent.
He's talking to his Axies. He's like, okay, Aqua, you Scarab.
Actually, this makes it a little awkward for Equinox, but that's completely fine. He's just gonna destroy energy here, bring it back, do some damage, but that gives LMOMOMO good heal too. It gives him 5 energy to work with, but he's only gonna use 2. This should kill. Yes, it will. And Equinox has found the first Axie, and LMOMOMO's in a little bit of trouble because now the poofling isn't even a factor anymore. Because Equinox does go first, he can just go for a 4-card combo right there. And he's gonna go for 4-card combo, but he's gonna gain a little bit of energy in between. And then I believe that Beast should have enough damage to get the kill onto LMOMOMO's Aqua.
He didn't even shield there. He didn't even have to shield there. He knew that he was going to use the fragile, so he was just like, oh, you know what, I'm just going to let this pass. And he should last stand after this. So
Yep.
he's still there. He's still very much in here. Meanwhile, he's lost his aqua on that second line.
Yeah, that's not great. Even though ELM0MOMO has more energy, now Sequinox has the onus, right? He's got first later, but it doesn't even matter because ELM0MOMO was already in last stand, and Sequinox is just going to throw some poop to finish it off. And that's gonna be it for the first game. Sequinox takes that 1-0 so far. Good stuff coming from our challenger to start it off.
It didn't look like ELM0MOMO was putting up much of a fight towards the latter half there. It almost looked like he disconnected. You saw him switch controllers and stuff in his hand. Can you play with a controller now that I think about it? I'm not even sure. But
theoretically, it's possible.
Well, there you go. And, of course, you did see a little teaser of our MVP Axie for that particular game. But here it is again. That is the plant, of course, belonging to ELM0MOMO. We've seen plenty of these today. The sandal, the wooden stab, and the vegetable bite as well, and the cattail. It's been a very common plant to see.
Yes. Quite standard in competitive now, honestly. Because just the sandal adding to the damage that you can do along with the beach makes it a kind of a sleeper damage dealer. So you don't go for the full tank anymore these days. You go for more damage and utility rather than going for full shield, because honestly, full shielding is a little bit slow in today's meta. So it's a little bit problematic when you don't have enough damage, especially in round 2 or 3. And Sandal is definitely something that can augment that damage, especially when you're going up against a plant, dusk, or reptile.
And here we are again. And so as we wait for our next game to start, time for another random conversation. I'm not entirely sure what do you bring up this time?
Let's see. I installed soundproofing in my office.
I looked right at the soundproofing at the back of the room, and I thought I was thinking soundproofing, and then you just mentioned it. So there you go.
Great minds, great minds. But I use blue tack, and those don't really keep it on. Like the panels keep falling off.
I know that the best thing to use, you get this. There's like a green covered double-sided tape that you can buy, and apparently you can just get in strips and you just put them on the wall. Apparently they stick for ages at a time. Problem is, you have cats.
Yes.
And as a cat owner myself, I know. So those may come down at some point because they look so fluffy and so squeezable, and cats like that sort of thing. So I don't know if your cats have been playing with them, but hopefully that they've been staying away. Just a little spray bottle next to you if they come close, just so that they don't mess with it and they start learning. But that double-sided tape, I've seen a lot of the other casters in our region use that, because blue tack, to be fair, it's not really sticky to begin with, is it? It's more of like if you've got something with crevices and stuff, that'll stick properly. But you've got foam, and that's not going to meld its way between. Yeah,
the foam. I thought it would like get into the little crevices of the foam.
It seems to work with a lot of things. I reckon it would work with chewing gum. Not going to lie.
But I did buy
gross.
I ordered something like a spray bottle of Elmer's glue.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I didn't know you could get them, but then I saw it online. I was like, oh, this could be something.
You can make it permanent and use super glue and then just put an X on it and stick it on. It'll never come off. Even when it's time to remove them, you'll pull them and then you'll just have little bits all left on the wall that'll never come off.
And that, my friends, is how you lose your security deposit if you're renting.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. I will be just using the Elmer's glue. I think you can take it off with like a heat gun, melt the adhesive a little bit, heat it up, and then just peel it off. And then we're going to get into the second game so we can stop talking about random stuff. All right, back into the second game. We had one win from our challenger, Sequinox. He's going to be going with the same team, and ELM0MOMO this time. He's going to be going with a Shrimp Boy as well as a Sneaky Raid Mech. Now, this is a little interesting because Sequinox knows that he has a very limited time to get value with his mech in the back. Yeah, ELM0MOMO's really focused on going through the back door here.
Well, let's see how they do. And now we are seeing that we're seeing similar the vegan diet coming out from both of them, and this time a pumpkin versus the turnip.
Yeah.
It's an interesting choice coming out from ELM0MOMO.
Honestly, I can see why it works. I did say earlier that full shielding is not as effective these days, but with a team like this where you really want to stall out, because you do have the herbivore as well, you can stall out for quite a long time, and you should be able to, save up the card, save up the energy in order to go for the back door, because Sequinox, while he does have Goda, he only has 2 of them, and he has no other energy manipulation, opponent energy manipulation. Oh, you can see actually on the camera ELM0MOMO the dog right there.
Very inspired name. He's just walking around, just taking his time.
I can just see the tuft of fur, but I could tell by when it walked by, it was a very cute dog.
Yeah, you can tell it's one of the small breeds.
Yes, and a dog would be a beast in Axie Infinity, I think.
I think so too. Which is unfortunate because he's pulled out the mech.
Yeah. But this mech, though, this is kind of what we call the God mech, the one that ELM0MOMO is using, because it got that backdoor. It got Sneaky Raid, R code for the speed up, Revenge Arrow for the big damage, and then the 0 cost damage dealing Twin Tail that is, just really, really good these days. A lot of Axies use them. Even Sequinox's back mech is using that Twin Tail. So we shall see if ELM0MOMO is able to pull a W out of this one with his double backdoor composition, because honestly he can just ignore that Aqua until he doesn't have to, honestly. But you can see ELM0MOMO already having drawn Trident Jump, and he only needs 1 more damage card to be drawn in order to take the life of this mech. I wonder if Sequinox is gonna go for some poo-poo flinging.
Always a fun time, isn't it? Strange things have been said of this day. And yeah, you're absolutely right. The poo fling is going to come out. So there you go.
Oh, that is really bad for ELM0MOMO, because look at what the plant has in store with Sequinox. He's got Carrot, Herbivore, and Turnip. That's going to be a dead Aqua. ELM0MOMO was not able to save enough. Oh, he wasn't able to get the value off of it at all. So that
Sequinox is really good, you have to admit.
Yup. He's got the right tools for the right comps. And ELM0MOMO, how does he win this one? He's gonna go for the backdoor, yes. It's too little too late though. Maybe not, he's still ahead in terms of energy. But there's another poo-poo fling available for Sequinox here.
Poo-poo fling. Classy. Should be called feces fling. Alliteration.
Feces fling. That could have been something. Hey, Axie team, can we rename this thing to Feces Fling? Because I think that's pretty sick. I'll see a little bit of energy gain, a little bit of poo-poo being thrown there, because honestly Sequinox does not have any other plant cards. This next turn is going to be kind of wild for ELM0MOMO. He's got the Sneaky Raid ready and loaded. He just needs a couple more damage cards, but even then, because he has all beast and or bug damage cards, Sequinox should be able to live there. If he just does his aqua damage, which is what he's going to be doing now. Gonna try to take this plant down a notch. Oh, but there's the herbivore coming in clutch, keeping it healthy. Sequinox taking it down once again to only 54. But what now? Because ELM0MOMO is going to heal up. It's going to be a battle of healing now.
close but cigarless. Yeah, these plants look like they're going to be the last one standing at this point, but look at the energy ELM0MOMO has right now.
A lot of energy, a lot of cards as well. Oh, he's got the sneaky raid. He's gonna go for the back door. I don't know if this kills the Aqua, but it will do a good job of getting it to a point where ELM0MOMO can build lethal on it next turn. That's going to kill though. Oh no, and now the mech is exposed. He's only got 1 damage card.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, he gets to move first. That is the important part, and so he has lost that, but
Ooh.
He's going to have the energy, he's going to have the cards, he's going to go for all of them? No, he's going to save the one vegan bite, although it doesn't really do anything for him at this point.
Yeah, Sequinox, he's going to wait to draw all his cards, get all that shield. Is 200 shield enough? It should be, and ELM0MOMO, even if he crits with 2 of those, is not going to be able to take it down. And Sequinox grabs the 2-0 from ELM0MOMO. And you can see ELM0MOMO the dog wagging his tail, although his owner's not happy, as Sequinox is now at match point.
Sequinox looking really good. And he's 1 win away from claiming that treasure. ELM0MOMO, the last time we saw him, he wasn't looking too confident here as well. It's sort of the same thing happening. And so it's strange to see ELM0MOMO. This defense is not going well so far. Still, there are the potential for 3 more games here for ELM0MOMO. He has to start winning now. The reverse has to start now. Otherwise, this is Sequinox walking away with 2 wins today, and that is, well, it's definitely a thing to be happy about, and Sequinox can take that to the bank, literally. And, well, of course, we have our MVP plant for the day as well, well, for this particular match, and it is ELM0MOMO's, as you have the Scar, little Scar eye. He looks like a movie badass. But yeah, we've seen this before, the herbivore, that's the vegan diet, the pumpkin, the cattail, and the leaf bug.
And as I was saying, full shield is a little bit too slow these days. That pumpkin was not really able to save ELM0MOMO's chances of getting this one. Although it did survive for quite a long time because of the herbivore. The only problem is it doesn't do enough damage. It doesn't have enough utility to compete with a team that is, just a little bit faster, just like the team that was used there by Sequinox. So can Sequinox get a 3-0? I think it is on. I think it's on the cards. I think it's on the board for Sequinox because ELM0MOMO right now has just been not able to deal with poop being flung at his Axie.
Feces fling.
Feces fling.
As it should be called, but it's a cleaner name, isn't it? Poo fling sounds, oh no. Feces fling sounds like, oh yes, we observed these creatures in the wild flinging feces at each other. It was a sign of dominance as well as spreading their pheromones to claim the territory. It sounds a little more scientific.
Meanwhile, poo fling sounds like, I'm 3 years old, we're going to throw poop at you.
Gross.
Oh god! But it is a unique Axie that has been pulled out here. That strategy is not something that I recall seeing in basically any competitive Axie tournament that I've ever casted. I have not seen Poofling used and have it do well. Really, I've seen it used a couple times, I think, or one time. I think last year maybe or early this year. But I haven't seen it win. Now I've seen it win twice in the hands of Sequinox. That just shows how creative Sequinox is in terms of building his team around a certain theme, a certain comp, and it really does do wonders against double Aqua teams if you're able to snipe that mid Aqua.
And you could do some mind games with that as well. Say ELM0MOMO. He sets it up because he's realizing, okay, he keeps using the poo fling to hit my second line, the feces fling. So let's put my best damage in the back line, and suddenly Sequinox comes out with a back line instead, and that would be that would just be so difficult for LMOMO to deal with. So now he has to sort of think about that as well going into this next game, and he's going to be thinking to himself, is that going to be potentially happening? And well, we're going to see if that is the case. But I'm hoping we do see the Feces Fling again, because it's nice to see Sequinox building his own meta here.
Yeah, not this time though, but as you said, it's the back door suddenly coming in. The predictions from Jaeger coming in, and you can see El-Momo petting El-Momo the dog. As I wish I had a dog to pet.
You can pet me.
It's okay.
Thank you.
There you go. He's got Jaeger has a Ronin ponytail. If you guys can't see it.
No, it's just slicked back. I'm a gross person.
But Sequinox, he's taking a page out of well, his own book right now, because this is what he did to Kosei earlier in our grand finals of the what's it called, of the open qualifiers. So now he's gonna go fast with a backdoor bird. This is something that is definitely not super hard to deal with, especially when you're playing a meta AAP comp, but your problem then is getting past the front plant before Sequinox is able to get his first backdoor off.
That egg manipulate could be huge for keeping that mech alive as well and doing the extra damage that they need to do. There's no backlines for El-Momo to work with. There's no healing that he really had to stop from happening here, except for on the vegan diet in the front. Everyone else, not as important. The spike wings, they can be of use.
Yeah.
But seeing that OG bird one more time and knowing just how at least devastating it was to Soke, well, it can be scary. The bird has been such a good counter for the AAP for the longest time.
Yeah, and honestly, I can see it still working here. The mix-up from Sequinox is that he brings out the classic team, the fast team, but he is going to be playing fast. Look at this. He's already looking to get rid of El-Momo's front plant. He doesn't even need the backdoor. He's done it. He's taken it out. Turn one.
Imagine that.
Oh, Lord. Oh, that is not good for El-Momo, because Sequinox, he's going to go cattail now, and he's going to draw a lot of cards, because look at how many Bug and Beast cards are hitting it. He draws 3 cards total. It doesn't even die! No way! Oh my god.
Oh, the frustration.
Oh my god, and then look at the shield! 340 shield! Sequinox's plant lives still. This is so bad for El-Momo, because now his Akush is taking so much free damage. It is dead in it's dead next turn, basically, and he doesn't even get the kill with that, so he's forced to run these double damage cards into it. And then his Aqua dies too.
How is Sequinox doing this?
He's just predicting everything here, Sequinox. But maybe not this one, because this should kill the mech. Yes, it does. It doesn't even go to the last set. Oh no, now Sequinox is in trouble, because this is really good for El-Momo. He's gonna get the kill. Oh, a little bit of a miscalculation from Sequinox there. Shouldn't have used anything on his mech, but it is what it is. El-Momo grabs victory from the jaws of defeat there. Keeps it going for one more round. It's 2-1 so far.
Sequinox, I'm not gonna lie, he actually threw that. That was so winnable.
Oh man, it really was, but if the mech wasn't used in that second to last round, he could have gotten it with the bird, I think, with the cards he drew.
He would have had extra shields coming off having 4 cards. It would have had extra damage because it's a bird versus an aqua. And I mean, I suppose he did use fragile anyway, but still, I mean, it's like, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, he couldn't have had more of a speed boost in that particular situation regardless. So I think actually El-Momo had that either way. So it wasn't a throw. That was El-Momo's pure
Skill.
calculation to clutch that back out. So as you can see, he looked frustrated at the start. He scratched his head. He was like looking at his dog, like help me, please. And
Yes. El-MoMoMo the dog coming in with a dog buff.
yeah, big clutch from that Aqua at the very end versus a Beast and a Bird, because that is the one thing that you're lacking in. It's the shields and it's the HP that you need to deal with when you're going up against an Aqua that can cause fragile.
And I think El-MoMo was thinking about the egg manipulation. The problem was, at that point, the Aqua was already faster than the bird. So it would have gone before the egg bomb came off. So that was just a pretty unlucky turn of events because for Sequinox, just because El-MoMo was so skilled. So we're going to be looking at his Aqua in the middle that got immediately just railed by the plant that Sequinox had. But this is still, the meta mid Aqua that you'd put in an AAP, because Scarab, Arco, Piranha, Nemo. We've talked about this quite a bit on LSL because we keep seeing this particular composition. And this AxieCam is brought to you by Elite Metaware and Axie.GG. And, well, there is not much more I can say. It's just really, really good.
Yeah, every time I look at the Arco right now, every time I look at the Arco, I feel like it's a handle. Like it's coming out of the head and going back into the head. Like it's not disconnected horns.
Yeah.
It always looks like some kid could pick it up by those things and then chuck it.
I mean, yeah, some of them do actually. There is, I think, a wild boar whose husk, like, if it doesn't use it, it grows like right back into the
straight
skull.
into its own skull. That's nature saying you're not supposed to live past this age.
that's what cancer is for people too.
Exactly. Actually, I've also just realized that the Axies still float when they're in this view.
Yes, but not when they're actually playing.
They need the ground to push off from. Oh,
all right, going back right into this match. Let's go. Faster matches, and El-MoMoMo has to focus. Put the dog down on the ground, and a little bit of switch up for both of them.
what the
El-MoMoMo.
dog doing?
It's time, man. He's putting his gamer face on now. Dog on the ground. Need to focus. Reflectile in the back for El-MoMoMo. Sequinox going for the double talk bird that we saw him do so well with earlier against Kosei.
Has a fast Aqua as well.
Or was it Kosei? I think no. It was versus Hi, I'm Nickel. That was a perfect bird for the perfect situation there. But
Does that actually come to fruition one more time today? That'd be ridiculous.
That would be pretty good to see. Now, looking at how it's distributed though, how these Axies are distributed, Sequinox, he's going to have a huge advantage, at least until his plant dies, because his Kotaro on his mid reptile is going to hit either the Dusk or the Aqua, and it's going to do a lot of work for him. It's going to get a lot of energy coming from that. While El-MoMoMo's Kotaro, it's only going to proc once you get to the middle, once you get to that faster reptile. So El-MoMoMo has to speed through this this plant in the front, or else Sequinox is he's liable to run away with it, because that double talk is really, really powerful when you combo it with the Kestrel, when you combo it with the last one. So once again, we are just waiting for their Axies to draw the cards. And then we'll be getting into it. While we are getting into it, we do want to reiterate that the LSL Season 3 Guild Rush is powered by BlockchainSpace, the guild hub of the metaverse that enables play-to-earn guilds to scale in the metaverse. Guild is BlockchainSpace's platform token that supports more than 4,000 play-to-earn guilds worldwide. And to hold the guild token means that one can stake guild for 160% APY, maximize the Axie Academy Discord bot that boosts scholarship management, and enjoy exclusive token holder benefits such as discounted access to player and guild activities, eligibility for NFT drops and exclusive content, and more.
There you go. So they are getting ready to go. I did see a little bit. I'm not sure if like. I'm pretty sure the camera isn't synced to what's happening on the screen.
Yeah.
I did see El0MOMO go for a bit of an eye roll there, so I'm wondering if something frustrating happened. And well, let's see, as they will start things off with a bit of damage straight onto the Dusk.
Oh yeah, quite a bit of damage because Sequinox, he is going to go for the full usage of his energy. He's got Kotaro as well, so he's going to have 3 energy coming into this one, while El0MOMO will only have, he's going to have 5, sure, but with Sequinox, while he has 3 energy, he can get Double Talk, and if he draws Scarab, Double Talk plus Scarab kills that Dusk immediately.
Yeah, that's straight up done in that particular situation.
If we get to it, and even if Cerastus, if Sequinox draws either Cerastus or Scarab, that Dusk is done for, because Cerastus, it does extra damage if the target's faster, and right now that Dusk is much faster, and that's... Oh, I thought that was going to happen, but it's... he did not commit to it as hard as I thought he would. Maybe in this next turn then. Sequinox does have the Soothing Song available.
This is still, like, I have to keep in mind that this isn't, like, this feels like the final round, but this is El0MOMO still trying to recover from the current scoreline where Sequinox, he's on the verge of winning.
Yeah, Sequinox only needs one more good match, or one more good game, and this could be it, because he has a lot of things going for him. Many things going for him, many things that he can do. If you okay, there it is. Double Talk plus the last feather. That should be it. It does bring him to last stand, but oh, crit! Silver was down, but that was a big crit. Okay, this one should be able to kill though. El0MOMO should be able to kill this plant at the very least. Oh, 4 HP,
my goodness.
Not quite, but there it is. That Kotaro will finally kill it. So Sequinox in a tiny bit of trouble, I would say. He's taking a lot of damage on that reptile. Not quite dead yet. He's got the critical escape as well as a Kotaro. And Sequinox looking for the kill, maybe. Yes, he's going to be looking for the kill on that Aqua, and that shall be it. Critical escape will finish it off, but the payback on El0MOMO, and now here is
double talk.
Yup, he's got both double talks.
Doesn't even have to at this point. He's gonna use the his triple. Sorry, it's the double feather.
Yeah, but look at this. What El0MOMO was gonna do.
So much hit back. He's actually managed it.
He knew that all Sequinox had were range cards. All you gotta do at that point, Scaly Spoon, double Scaly Spoon, and then the 160 damage will do the rest. So good job for El0MOMO, bringing it to game number 5. What a competitive day.
What a perfect counter to the perfect counter.
It is, the Reflectile. So that was a little bit of a doozy, that match. It was honestly, I honestly couldn't tell who was going to win, but at the end of the day, El0MOMO was able to bring it back by being patient, by playing well. And that was all she wrote for game number 4. Game number 5 is going to be an even bigger doozy. But before that, let's check out the most valuable Axie on the top left of us, top right of your screen. There it is from Sequinox, his middle reptile. This did do quite a lot of damage. It had a lot of value, like theoretically, with Kotaro and Cerastes, Scarab and Wall Gecko as well. This is an insane Axie to put in the middle. I would, I think, put this in a team where you also had a Reflectile in the back. Because if that was the 1v1, if it was Reflectile versus Reflectile, then it would have been a lot more even. But this one just, since it's 39 speed, it was slower than the Dusk and the Aqua, and therefore the Kotaro could proc a lot more, Cerastes could proc a lot more. It's just that it took a lot of damage from that crit, that one crit, and that basically rendered it very hard to use after the fact.
LMOMOMO, he shows a lot of frustration on the camera, but he's like winning, so it's like, well, what are you so frustrated about? He's managed it. He's brought it back into the 2-2 scoreline, and now whoever wins this is going to be either keeping the treasure or stealing the treasure.
That's right, and honestly, this is a great storyline for YGG because no guild so far has been able to fully defend their castles. So we've had 2 castles taken down already. That's Guildfire and Unix. We've had AxieGG, who was able to keep their castle standing by Polacco winning 3-0, although Thunderstruck did fall, so that's half defended. That's just a Pyrrhic victory. Now, YGG, if El0MOMO wins this last match, will be the first guild in LSL Season 3 to fully defend their castle.
Well, that's a tall order for YGG to achieve, but that would be amazing, to be honest. Like we've seen everyone either lose or at least lose half. A full defense, it would speak volumes of YGG, but that does remain to be seen because El0MOMO did lose those first 2 games, and I mean that last round could have definitely gone differently as well. So it comes down to quite a lot between these two because Sequinox is a very talented player, and El0MOMO, he's on the reverse sweep right now, and it'd be really good for him if he could complete that reverse sweep. But Sequinox, he's looking for the double win today as well.
That's right. Sequinox, he did win, if you guys didn't see, our open qualifier, so he's going to be in our playoffs. He's one of our top 8 best players from LSL Season 3 Guild Rush, and now he wants that extra piece of the pie, half of YGG's vault, which is at this point $1,500 worth of guild tokens and YGG tokens, as well as 3 AXS. So we're going to be getting into it right here, right now. The last game of the day for LSL Season 3, Week 4. That's going to be El0MOMO with a Bird, Plant, Dusk, and Sequinox with an Aqua, Bug, and Plant. Both fairly good comps, but Sequinox, I think, may have the edge on in this one because he does have that Bug that can tear through the Dusk and Plant if given the chance. He's talking to somebody as well.
It's obviously El0MOMO's dog.
The El0MOMO dog.
What should I do, pup? Woof. And once again, we are waiting for those cards to come into play.
Yep, because there is a spectator delay built into the game, which is, it is good. It's good to have that. It just makes it so that we have to wait a little bit more in order to show you guys all the action that's happening. So just we're chilling for a little bit, but looking at these comps, Sequinox, I think definitely will have a tiny bit of an advantage here, just because his Bug, if he draws the right cards, is going to be a destroyer of Dusk and Plants. Which is fair enough. Bugs eat plants.
And other bugs.
And other bugs.
And some bugs eat animals.
Some bugs eat lizards. I've seen a praying mantis eat a lizard.
That's metal. I just know they can eat rats and stuff, so.
I think some spiders actually eat like small mammals like mice and rats, and even birds.
There is the Goliath bird eater, although people say that's very rare.
I've never seen one before.
I've only seen the giant huntsman spider in the Philippines, and they terrify me.
Isn't that the really poisonous one?
No, it's not poisonous. It's a big boy that likes to chase after prey, and it just grabs them. It's not actually poisonous. Normally the smaller ones are the more poisonous ones. I actually saw a little black tarantula when I was in Cebu, and it was the size of like, not a penny, something like if you were to fold a dollar bill 3 times, it was around that size. It was very small. But it terrified me, obviously, because it's a tarantula. It's small and hairy. It's like, oh, yuck.
Small, hairy, and venomous.
Yeah.
Of course, something to be scared of. Just like, well, this bug. Really, it's small, hairy, and probably poisonous.
I find it quite interesting that we don't really get too many poison abilities that come out of bugs.
Oh yeah. Not anymore. They used to be all over the place back in the day, but now it seems like people have cooled off on the poison builds. So we have seen the card draws. Right now, let's see El0MOMO. He's got the Goda plus Bug Splat here. Could be pretty good to start damage off, but no, both of them are going to skip right now. Round 2's when it really starts to pop off. Sequinox is going to go for a 4.
Don't look at the camera. There's
Don't
spoilers.
look at, yeah, a little bit of spoilers, but I don't know for who. Does he win? Does he lose? I just know something big happened, and I know that. Oh god, that is not gonna feel good for El0MOMO. Yeah, Sequinox already taking care of his dusk.
He's smiling a lot. I think he's fine with it.
He might be.
He likes it.
Oh, he returns the favor, as well as getting the double cactus right there. Oh no. Sequinox's bug may be in a little bit of trouble here, and El0MOMO knows he's gonna get stunned right there. Oh god. And then
so genius.
That's not gonna kill, but this will kill the bird.
Well, he's relying on the sustain to come in from the plant. He knew he had to keep the plant alive.
Oh no, the bird! Last stand! That might have been let's go, last stand or something. Because that I would have celebrated as well, because that just gave him so much time, so much leeway, and now El0MOMO is in the best spot that he could ever be. Yes, it is. Sequinox knows that he has no way to win in a 1v1 versus that specific plant, and that's gonna be it. Yield Guild Games, their castle just stands tall. El0MOMO and NDAR, they keep it standing. They have defended. Look at the
loot remaining. It's completely untouched. Oh my goodness.
Nothing lost from YGG, and this is why right now YGG is one of the fiercest guilds in Axie Esports.
I mean, they've proven it themselves. El0MOMO and NDAR undefeated. NDAR went for like a 3 clean sweep, and so was technically El0MOMO, because it was 3-1 and it was 3-2, but they did it all 3 rounds in a row. Yes. It wasn't exchanging rounds. As soon as they put their foot down, it's a win.
Well played, and that's it. Yes, YGG, they have successfully defended the very first guild to have both of their defenders stand tall. And here it is. We've already updated the graphic for you. As you can see, Guild Phi in Week 1 defeated by YGG and Meditate. Unix, Week 2, defeated by the Chosen Ones and Buwas.gg. AxieGG half defended by Polaco and half taken down by 300S. And finally, Yield Guild Games today have finally defended fully their guild castle.
The instant surrender there. I mean, it is what it is.
When you know, you know.
Yeah, if you're an Aqua, you're going up against Mosquito Plant, you know that you should be giving up. That fish is not going to win. And you just saw a little hint of the MVP there. The Aqua with the balloon bomb. It is the MVP for that match, for the entirety of that match as well. Because Sequinox, it did its best, but it just cannot win against that plant.
Yeah, honestly, the honorable surrender coming from Sequinox. But this AxieCam is brought to you by Community Gaming. Balloon Piranha around the Koi. We've talked about this one before. A very good, very standard aqua that you'd put in the back if you're running a double aqua composition. It is just objectively good, but this time it was countered by ELM0MOMO. So that was a scream of joy that we saw ELM0MOMO on the camera.
So congratulations to ELM0MOMO, congratulations to NDAR, of course, congratulations to Sequinox, because he of course did make it into the playoffs as well. But again, a big congratulations to YGG as well, who managed to defend their castle. So plenty of victories all across the board today. And Kosei unfortunately didn't get to have any redemption yet, but plenty more opportunities for him later on in his career, I'm sure, because plenty of good signs from him and for all the players that played today. But YGG, the winners for today, and Sequinox, the ultimate winner, technically, for today as well.
Yes, and that does make it so that YGG is so far the strongest guild in LSL Season 3 Guild Rush. They are the team to beat at the moment. They even have a man in the playoffs already. So watch out every single other guild when your castle defense comes. YGG is going to be coming for you. Their castle's fine. Your castle may not be. But that's going to be it for tonight. Any last words, Jaeger?
Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening to our ramblings. And if you want more Axie, there is some more coming on later on. So if you want to see us again, you can find us there.
That's right. In about an hour or so, we'll be casting the Axie Infinity Retreat Open Qualifiers number 3. So watch out for that. Once again, my name's been G10 coming at you. With me is the always handsome and talented Jaeger. We've been your caster for today. It's been an honor, and we'll see you for the next LSL Guild Rush.
got my back, I'm sure I won't lose if I hold it. Your chance, your time to choose. Free from the system, no stress in the money. We're breaking the rules. What it do? AxieGG gonna break this game. You know what it is. Listen real quick.
Play to lose. Play to earn.
Stop asking yourself, fuck, this is real. Be part of the move, go get it killed. Be part of the movement, action. Gaming all day, what we doing, action. No time for losing, action. It's the way that you choose it, action.
You're all from New York, right? So can I get a year?
Oh